Chapter 23:14 Taking Action. Chapter 23:14 Taking Action. Yi Lucian, Xian Yu sect's sect leader. The only Zhen Wu realm powerhouse in the Xian Yu sect. He was also one of the super powerhouse in Zhao Guo's territory. The reason the Xian Yu sect could be called an intermediate sect was because of his existence. Yi Lucian's expression was calm. Seeing the chaotic scene, he did not rush to stop him, and said indifferently, "Let's wait and see then." Gui Qingshan was startled and said, "Even I am about to die, what are you still looking at?" Yi Lucian replied, "What's the rush? If you're worried about your daughter, then you should go earlier." He was in no hurry. It was an expression that was as steady as Mt Tai and as calm as the still waters of an ancient well. Gui Qingshan shook his head and laughed bitterly. "You have been in closed-door cultivation for so many years, why have your temper never changed?" Yi Lucian said, "Didn't you also not change?" "That's not right. You've changed a little, you've become irritable." Gui Qingshan looked at Yi Lucian and did not say a word. Because Gui Qingshan was very clear in his heart that this old sect master, who looked like he was in closed-door cultivation and did not care about worldly matters, was very clear on everything. He probably knew about everything that had happened in the Xian Yu sect. This unassuming sect master was extremely awesome. He had seen him fight before. There was only one word that could describe how powerful it was. Since he was not in a rush, Gui Qingshan did not rush to take action either. With Yi Lucian here, no matter what happened, he would be able to control himself. Gui Qingshan folded his arms across his chest and said softly, "Are you observing that brat?" Yi Lucian laughed faintly. "What? You have your eyes on it too?" Gui Qingshan revealed a proud smile and said, "This kid is not simple. His talent is deep and unfathomable. His potential is deep and unfathomable. I'm afraid he is not much worse than the Zhao family's true dragon son." Yi Lucian said, "Old demon, I am prepared to give him permission, what do you think?" Gui Qingshan was startled. "Damn, Yi Lucian, can you not be so shameless? I saw this kid first, I'm already preparing for it." Yi Lucian said, "What's wrong? You want to marry your daughter to him? Old ghost, you need to find out that it's not your daughter." Gui Qingshan said, "Don't tell me this, I have my eyes on this brat anyways, don't steal from me." Yi Lucian had an evil smile on his face as he said, "So what you want is yours? Look at my daughter, that's called beautiful. Look at her breasts, how many men can resist them?" A black line hung on Gui Qingshan's forehead. How many fathers would describe their daughters like this? Yi Lucian said, "Although that young master of yours is not bad, he is still far from matching my daughter, ha ha. A big-chested woman has an advantage." Gui Qingshan said in disdain, "Yi Lucian, aren't you too shameless? Don't forget the mission she has, and don't forget what the blood vein is in her body. If you want to marry your daughter to him, your consent alone won't suffice. Your family will have to consent to it." Yi Lucian was clear about Gui Qingshan's background. Similarly, Gui Qingshan was also clear about Yi Lucian's situation. And he also knew Yi Yorong's identity. There was a underworld phoenix blood vein within his body. Ming clan was the strongest genius in tens of millions of years. The Ming clan would never allow Yi Yorong to marry Long Fei. Gifted soul of Underworld's mission was to lead the Ming clan to greatness, not to form a relationship with her children. Yi Lucian frowned, looking to be deep in thought. Gui Qingshan laughed complacently and said, "Ha ha ha. If you can't make up your mind, then it's better that you don't fight with me for my son-in-law, ha ha ha." Yi Lucian rolled her eyes at him, extremely displeased. This time, Gui Qingshan had won after stealing his son-in-law. While they were chatting, the scene became even more chaotic. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, the disciples of the Elite Hall, were fighting in a chaotic manner and a stalemate occurred. It was also at this time. Yi Lucian moved, his figure disappearing. Shwa. He landed in the middle of the crowd. Eorong was startled and excitedly asked, "Father?" The expressions of the elders also changed drastically. Yuan Shan and Wu Yi said excitedly, "Sect Master, you're finally here, ha ha." Yi Changfeng's face changed, "Yi Lu Xian." At this time, Yi Liuxian's gaze tightened and said indifferently, "Stop." It seemed very ordinary, but his voice was filled with the power of a lion's roar, and it was accompanied by a powerful aura that pressed down on him. It took less than a second. The chaotic battle of thousands of people was instantly overwhelmed. No one could move. Long Fei's mind tightened as a strong pressure pressed down on his mind. His entire body felt numb, and his body was completely out of control. He felt as if 1,000,000 kilograms of energy was revolving around his body. Any one of them could crush him. Strong. Too strong. Long Fei's heart was indescribable. With just a single sentence, he was able to suppress the entire audience. His spirit chi was strong, and that was not even the pressure. If the true pressure was released, the thousands of people in the plaza would instantly bleed from their 7 orifices and die. This was the power of the powerhouse. Long Fei tried to break through this bottleneck. However, his strength was as weak as an ant compared to Yi Liuxian's. Immovable. Not to mention Long Fei, even the Golden Protector level S, like Yuan Shan, couldn't move an inch. "Is that enough?" Yi Liuxian said again, coldly. The temperature in the plaza suddenly dropped as the disciples and elders quickly calmed down. As he spoke, Yi Liuxian looked at Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng's mind felt as if it had been struck by an incomparably powerful attack, as though it was about to shatter. Zhao Etian, who was beside him, directly kneeled on the ground with a putong. He could not take it any more. He couldn't even take a glance. The power of the Zhenwu realm was too strong. Didn't think that the Golden Protector level was that strong, but the Zhenwu realm. This power wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Long Fei could not bear it. However, the Sky Sword did not seem to be affected by it at all. The level of this sword once again surpassed Long Fei's imagination. Yi Liuxian said slightly, "If you don't have enough, continue. If you do, then disperse. Return to where you came from." As soon as he finished, the many disciples immediately withdrew. Yi Changfeng was unwilling and said, "Sect Master, this brat is a demon dweller, we cannot let him go." However, without waiting for Yi Changfeng to finish speaking, Long Fei's eyes darkened and said, "I'm not done yet." Yi Changfeng did not die. He would never give up, because his name is Long Fei. So what if Yi Liuxian was there? The person that he, Long Fei, wanted to kill, even if it was the Emperor of Heaven himself, he would still kill. Yi Changfeng was startled. He sneered and said, "Sect Master, did you see that? He wants to kill me. He is too demonic. Is it possible that such a person is not magic tribe?" Yi Liuxian's eyes narrowed and said, "Brat, you still think that this is not big enough, right? Stop." Eorong also anxiously said, "Long Fei, quickly stop." Yi Changfeng laughed coldly and said, "You dog, did you hear that? Calling for you to stop, you want to kill me? Ha ha ha. It's impossible in the next life. Stop." Humph. Long Fei held onto the Sky Sword tightly and said, "Even the Emperor should not think of telling me to stop, just go and die." Chapter 23:15 Sky Sword Break Through. Chapter 23:15 Sky Sword Break Through. He would not rest until he had achieved his goal. This was Long Fei. Not to mention, Yi Changfeng's complacent look made him very unhappy. If he didn't kill him this time, then there really wouldn't be a chance. Yi Changfeng would definitely think of a way to leave the Xian Yu sect and join another sect or the Zhao family. Long Fei would never give him that chance. He continued to rush forward. A cold smile hung on Yi Changfeng's face as he said, "You actually dared to move to kill in front of the sect master. You really overestimate yourself." He wasn't worried at all, because Yi Liuxian would definitely protect him. He was the 7 rating alchemist, and Xian Yu sect couldn't leave him. Lucien said heavily, "Brat, did you not hear what I said? I told you to stop." Long Fei contemptuously said, "Who are you? Do I know you well? You told me to stop and stop? Isn't it embarrassing for Laozi? Farewell. If he doesn't die, Laozi will be unhappy." "Stop?" That was impossible. Although he looked furious, he was actually very excited in his heart. This was because Long Fei was really arrogant, just like how he used to be. However, even if Yi Changfeng didn't do anything, he did. No matter what, he was the first elder of the Xian Yu sect. Liu Xian's gaze darkened as a wave of energy shot out from his body and said, "If I tell you to stop, you must stop." Buzz! The power lines were like shockwaves. Yorong's expression tightened and said, "Long Fei, be careful." Yi Changfeng laughed complacently and said, "You dog!" Yuan Shan also said, "Brat, stop quickly. Long Fei was even faster than that. No one can stop me. The person that I, Long Fei, want to kill has yet to live." Zhang Xian frowned. The sky sword continued to move, and the phantom sword dance's movements continued to be released. Sword after sword. Facing the wave of energy that was surrounding him, Long Fei's heart sank. The powerful true qi was released from his body, rushed into the sky sword, and let out a loud shout, "Break!" Boom! An incredibly thick blade energy rushed out. The moment it came in contact with the energy wave, the sword qi instantly shattered. The difference in strength was too great. Lucien said slightly, "Brat, if you go any further, your little life will be gone." Not waiting for him to finish, his expression suddenly became tense. "Are you crazy?" The sword qi had been shattered, but Long Fei's speed had not decreased at all, still charging forward. Everyone was shocked at that moment. Yi Changfeng laughed proudly, "Dog, you're dead meat." The shock wave from the power of the Zhen Wu realm, how strong was it? The sword qi that was destroyed just now could not even form an attack, and now Long Fei was using his own body to go up against it? It was like an egg hitting a metal pillar. No one had expected this to happen. Long Fei would be stupid. Even a brainless person. Even Lucien did not expect that he would let Long Fei know and retreat, but he did not look like he was going to retreat at all. Yi Changfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lucien wanted to retract his strength, but at this time, it was impossible for him to do so no matter how fast he was. "Along! Boss! Long Fei!" A few people started shouting. Xiao Dai did not dare to look. Gui Qingshan was enraged. "Lucien, if you hurt my son-in-law, I will not let you go." "Ha ha! Ha ha!" Yi Changfeng laughed out loud. The impact of the attack had already rushed in front of Long Fei. At this moment, Long Fei suddenly stopped and his sky sword was pulled out. Sky Code, First Form. Shadow Shifter, Illusionary Celestial Phenomenon. Move! Suddenly, Long Fei himself seemed to be out of control. He only felt a strange power from the sky sword entering into his body. And at this moment, a power appeared in his mind. This power was the power of the first death of the Sky Code. It was released naturally. The gigantic true qi was instantly emptied. The world had changed. The wild wind howled. Space twisted. Everything around him seemed to be a dream. This feeling flashed by. Gui Qingshan's face changed. Liu Xian's gaze tensed up. His divine sense shot out like a pillar of light, observing the battle from afar. His mind shook and he could not help but tremble. What a powerful sword intent! It was also at this moment. The sky sword moved. Long Fei shot out like he was teleporting through a game in an instant, penetrating through the energy shock wave and landing right in front of Yi Changfeng. At this moment, Yi Changfeng was still laughing complacently. With Long Fei's sudden appearance, his expression did not even have time to twist. His eyes revealed fear, and a smile appeared on his face. It looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Yi Changfeng cried out in alarm, Sect Master, save, save. Shwa! A sword pierced through the throat. Long Fei pressed his sword down. Shwa! The sword cut into Yi Changfeng's body, causing blood to spurt out. Long Fei looked at Yi Changfeng, whose eyes were filled with anger and fear, and said coldly, I said it before, even if the Emperor himself comes, he will not be able to save you. Bullying my, Long Fei's brothers? I can let you live? Yi Changfeng's eyes opened wide. He could not understand how Long Fei was able to avoid Yi Liuxian's shockwave, and he could not understand why Long Fei was able to become the 8th-level alchemy man. However, now he didn't need to understand anything. The blood on the top of his head had already turned to 0. His body swayed. It collapsed. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yi Changfeng, for obtaining 380,000 experience, 40,000 true chi points, 10 arrogant god energy value points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the 7-colored pill furnace. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 7-rank alchemy master experience. Do you wish to consume it? Huh! The experience of a 7th-grade alchemy master? What is this? Long Fei was a little confused. The idea moved and said, Devour. The experience of a 7th-grade alchemy master was consumed by Long Fei, and then, his alchemy technique leveled up once again. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for leveling up his alchemy technique, currently at level 9. Huh! Ha ha ha! So that's how it is. Killing people can gain experience, and at the same time, you can gain cultivation technique experience. Big bro system, you're amazing. Long Fei looked at the alchemy technique of the 9th stage. This was even more amazing. At the same time, the system sounded out again. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for activating Sky Code. Ding. System notification. The first stage of the Sky Sword transformation has been completed. Ding. Sky Code First Style, activate. The power of the Sky Sword had erupted all of a sudden from the start, otherwise Long Fei would not have been able to break through the shockwave of the Zhen Wu realm. When Long Fei thought back to this moment, even his own heart was trembling. Too powerful. Sky Sword are definitely not ordinary. If the first stage of the activation is accompanied with the first style of the Sky Code, how would it look like if it was fully activated? This sword. Who gave it to me? Long Fei was suspicious. At the same time, Yi Lucian stared deadly at Long Fei. Chapter 23:16 I'll compete with you. Chapter 23:16 I'll compete with you. Her eyes were sharp like torches, staring straight at Long Fei. To be able to break through his Zhen Wu realm's power, what kind of cultivation technique was that? Yi Lucian didn't even notice. Although it wasn't his full strength, but it was impossible for any escalated blood stage warrior to break through his energy shockwave. As for Long Fei, after a long time, 2 words came out of Yi Liuxian's mouth. Monster. There were 3 words left, but he did not say it out loud. I like it. Other than Yi Lucian. Everyone in the plaza was stunned. All of them looked at Long Fei in shock. Then, he looked at Yi Changfeng, who was lying in a pool of blood. Dead. The great elder of the Pill Pavilion was dead. What did his death mean? This meant that the Xian Yu sect had fallen into an unprecedented crisis. In the future, who would be able to provide the disciples of the Xian Yu sect with alchemy cultivation medicine? If he died, then would the following elders die as well? All of a sudden, several elders jumped out and directly knelt in front of Yi Lucian, pointed at Long Fei and said, Sect Master, this person has a bloodthirsty personality. Not only did he kill fellow disciples, he even killed the great clan elder in front of everyone and, according to the sect's rules, this person should be killed. That's right. Although I am unable to prove whether or not he is a magic tribe, with such a ruthless method, Even if he isn't a member of the magic tribe, he is still a demon that killed people. I cannot leave him alive. Grand Master, this man deserves to die. Sect leader, kill him to pay with your own life, we can't let him get away with it. All of a sudden, the elders who were standing by the side of Yi Changfeng all walked out and knelt down in unison. This is an alliance trying to kill Long Fei. Long Fei, Yu Wanshan stepped forward and said, Sect Master, everyone knows about the life wager due to alchemy. If Yi Changfeng loses, then the bet should be carried out. Eorong also stepped forward and said, Father, what elder you said is right, he did not do anything wrong. That Long Fei was magic tribe? She would never believe it. Xiao Dai and Thin Monkey kneeled down and said, Lord Sect Master, a long boss, is not wrong, I hope that you can investigate thoroughly. Lucien looked at Long Fei. Actually, he knew everything, but he was the sect master of the Xianyu sect. He had to submit to the masses. Lucien asked, Long Fei, do you still have anything else to say? Long Fei looked at Yi Changfeng, who was dead on the ground, and fiercely spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Pa, can't beat you? Who can't play who now? Spitting on a corpse was a great disrespect to the dead. Many of the Pill Pavilion elders were furious. Ilyoshin's voice also sunk as she asked, I'm asking you, what else do you have to say for yourself? Long Fei swept his eyes across the entire hall and said casually, There's nothing much to say. If you are willing to bet, you admit defeat, and if you lose, you have to admit it. Humph. Kid, you cheated. You've only cultivated the alchemy technique for a few days? How could you possibly be a 8th rank alchemy grandmaster? How could you possibly win against Great Elder? Exactly. You definitely cheated. They still did not believe that Long Fei was a 8th-level alchemy man. Because he couldn't believe it. Long Fei did not try to defend himself and laughed. You guys do not believe that it has anything to do with me. I have already killed him. If you have the ability, then get him to get up and fight with me again. One of the clan elders shouted, Brat, don't be too arrogant, this is Xianyu sect. Long Fei was also not someone to be trifled with. His voice also became even more arrogant and said, This father is being arrogant, what can you do? Just you scum. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys have to give me face with my personality, you all would all have to die. These words were truly not an exaggeration. According to Long Fei's personality, these people would have all been killed by him. How preposterous! A few elders' face turned red in anger, as if they wanted to tear Long Fei into pieces. Long Fei had a calm face as he sneered. So unpleasant? Come up and bite me, I'll let you guys have a good time. Too arrogant. He didn't give face to anyone. So what if the sect master is present? If I'm unhappy, I wouldn't care so much. Cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Those old elders gnashed their teeth so hard that it seemed as if they were about to shatter into pieces. Ilyoshin's eyes darkened, and an aura was released from his body, shocking Long Fei, and he said, Long Fei, do not be rash. It was this kind of power from the Zhenwu realm again. Long Fei's entire body seemed like it could not move at all. However, he held the sky sword tightly in his hands. As long as he released the power of the sky code, he could cut Ilyoshin's power apart. Letting out the powerful sky code's power, his body was unable to withstand it. However, Long Fei was so anxious that he could do anything. Long Fei slightly said, I have also cultivated the pills, I have also killed the people, if you want to kill, then kill. Just say it in advance, I am not a vegetarian. The last sentence was arrogant and domineering. If I kill him, how can I? Unhappy? Come up and fuck me, let's see who can do who to die for. All the elders were furious as they stared at Long Fei with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, then Long Fei would have been riddled with holes, and not even dregs would remain. Good kid, you're crazy, even more crazy than I was. Lucien laughed in his heart and said, No one wants to kill you, but did your alchemy cheat? Long Fei shrugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, You still need to cheat in order to win over someone who doesn't even understand alchemy? How dare you? Who did you say didn't understand alchemy? I don't think the person who understands alchemy is you. Kid, Grand Elder is already dead. We can't allow you to sully his reputation like this. Many of the people present were Yi Changfeng's disciples. Saying that he did not understand alchemy was slapping disciple of Powder Pavilion in the face. Long Fei still had a look of contempt on his face as he said, I already said, he doesn't understand alchemy, so what can you do to me? And am I wrong? If he knows alchemy, then I'll be the one to die. In his opinion, Yi Changfeng did not know any alchemy at all. This was also because the alchemy that Long Fei had mastered was too powerful. An existence that was above the real world. It was just like how a robust man brutally oppressed a 3-year-old child. Lucien said, Elder E is 7-rating alchemist. All these years, the pills Xian Yu sect gave to me were from him. You say he doesn't know alchemy? I'm afraid that doesn't make sense. Long Fei said in a disdainful tone, In all these years, how many resources from the Xian Yu sect has he used? You said he's at alchemy? I'm afraid he is wasting his cultivation resources. A person like that still dares to use his alchemy? Screw his ass. So what if he died? I will still crush him. Long Fei's words made many people unhappy. After all these years, they had always been using pills refined by Yi Changfeng. Is it really good to slander a dead person like that? Long Fei's actions caused a lot of anger in the public. Lucien said faintly, Since you understand alchemy very well, then I will compete with you. How is it? Chapter 23 17 Victory. I want your daughter. Chapter 23 17 Victory. I want your daughter. How about I compete with you? As soon as he finished, the entire audience was stunned. Even Long Fei was a little taken aback. You? Gui Qingshan laughed in his heart. Lucien, oh Lucien, aren't you too good at handling? Others didn't know. However, Gui Qingshan was very clear that Lucien was an alchemy master in his early years, and his alchemy was not the least bit lower than Yi Changfeng's. So many years had passed. He still had not given up on the Tao of alchemy. Gui Qingshan did not know either. However, he was sure that it was beyond the 7th level. The reason why Lucien came out to battle was to kill Long Fei, so that Long Fei would suffer a little. Young people would be arrogant, but if they were too fierce, it would be easy to break. Long Fei was just too arrogant right now. Too fierce. He would probably break if he met his opponent. Yuanshan looked at Eorong and asked softly, What does sect master mean by this? Eorong shook his head. I can't do that either. I have only heard that my father once cultivated the way of pills, and gave up after that. As for why, I don't know either. Ilyoshian's past had always been a mystery. Eorong wasn't sure either. The elder said, Sovereign, there is no need for you to take action. Any disciple of our pill pavilion can defeat him. Lucien rolled his eyes at that person and said, Even your great elder could not win, so how could anyone else in your pill pavilion win against him? The pill pavilion elder said, He was cheating. Without waiting for him to finish, Lucien said, You have to admit that you lost and say that he cheated. You have to take out the evidence and can't prove it. What proof do you have to say that he cheated? The pill pavilion elder was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to find any words to refute. Indeed, there was no proof that Long Fei cheated at all. It was just that they subconsciously did not believe that Long Fei had become a 8-level alchemy man within 3 days, because they had spent their entire lives researching the way of alchemy, but, other than Yi Changfeng, their strongest was only a 4th-stage alchemy master. Lucien looked at Long Fei and asked, Do you dare to compete with me? Long Fei looked at Lucien and asked, Why would I want to compete with you? This old man was not simple. Long Fei had sensed it the moment Lucien had appeared. His cultivation base was extremely powerful, and it gave Long Fei a kind of unfathomable feeling. Competing in alchemy? Long Fei was not afraid of anyone, not to mention that his current alchemy technique had already broken through to the 9th level after devouring Yi Chongfeng's alchemy experience. Looking at the whole of Zhaogua, how many pill refiners had reached level 9? Lucien said, "If you win against me, you can prove your alchemy technique to everyone and clear yourself of the crime of cheating. You don't want to be framed, right?" "No one wants to be framed. However," Long Fei shrugged, "I don't care." Lucien. He never thought that Long Fei would have such an attitude. He didn't say anything for a while. Long Fei thought for a moment, then said, "Since you want to compete, then I'll compete with you. You just said that I've won. What if I've lost?" Lucien smiled faintly, with an expression of an old cunning fox, and said, "If you lose, then you have to listen to me." Long Fei said, "Can you describe it in detail?" Lucien said, "I haven't thought of it yet, we'll talk about it after the competition." Long Fei looked at Eorong and said, "All right, but I have a condition." Lucien said, "No problem, go ahead." Long Fei said, "I've won, marry your daughter to me." As soon as he finished, the entire audience was in an uproar. Eorong's cheeks flushed red. "How dare you? Is the young sect master someone you can meddle in? Brat, you really dare to think about it. You're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Young sect master is the crown prince's consort. Are you trying to poach the crown prince? Is he crazy?" Discussions broke out. Thin Monkey's face was filled with excitement. "Boss is indeed the boss. This is too awesome, ha ha ha. This wave is too strong." The big guy was also smiling excitedly. Xiao Dai laughed along. Eorong glared at Long Fei. At the same time, she felt happiness and sweetness in her heart. At the same time, she also hated and felt pain. Long Fei looked at Eorong and said, "I'm not doing anything, I just wanted to kill you." Before he could finish speaking, he was glared at by Eorong. Actually, Long Fei still had another sentence that he had not said. "Find a time and don't do anything for a whole day, I'll only kill you." He swore it. He had to submit to Eorong. In the past, Eorong had only used him. Now, Long Fei was fair and square. Moreover, if he won in front of her father, then even if Eorong wanted to hide, he would not be able to. The world was still in that feudal society, with the orders of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. If his parents agreed, then they would be engaged. This directly made it impossible for Eorong to step down from the stage. Furthermore, he forced her to have no other choice. At the same time, he had also forced Lucien to have no choice. "Compete with me in alchemy? Fine. Make a bet on your daughter." The corner of Long Fei's mouth held a smile, and looked at Eorong. "In any case, you have long been my woman, and right now, I'm only asking for your father's consent. Don't worry. I will definitely defeat your father." Eorong's face became even redder. He glared at Long Fei and said, "Stop messing around." What was her identity? Gifted soul of underworld. What kind of mission was she tasked with? The rise of the Ming clan. It was impossible for her to marry anyone, and even more so, it was impossible for her to marry Long Fei. Her father knew. Even if his father agreed, the Ming clan would not agree. They didn't want Eorong to be distracted. And Eorong was not allowed to have any private feelings for his children to bother her either. She was a gifted soul of underworld, so she should shoulder the heavy responsibility of the rise of Ming clan. Long Fei said, "I'm very serious, I'm not messing around." When he found out that Eorong had risked his life to enter the secret world to find him for her, regardless of the objections of everyone, he decided to marry this woman. Another point. It was also for the mission. From start to finish, there was an exclamation mark on Eorong's head, and she had no idea how to activate the mission on her body. Is this one of the missions of the 7-meat diagram? Long Fei had tried many times but to no avail. Now there was only one way left, and that was to enter her body. This was the only thing that Long Fei could think of. Eorong looked at his father and said, "Father, don't mess around with him." Long Fei laughed. "Sect Master, didn't you want to compete with me? You don't dare to do it now?" Lucien looked at Long Fei with interest. His heart was filled with joy, but he was just as Eorong had thought. However, Lucien looked at Long Fei and said, "All right, I'll compete with you." Eorong was startled, her heart was bashful, and also angry. Long Fei looked at her and said, "Tonight, we will be able to get married." And then, Long Fei said, "To the pill stage." In the distance, Gui Qinshan shook his head and laughed. "How can the little fox be a match for the old fox?" Chapter 23:18 The Alchemy of His Hands. Chapter 23:18 The Alchemy of His Hands. All of them slandered someone who did not know alchemy? Long Fei didn't care. There was no need to care about the attitude of others. Who was displeased? If they had the guts, then come out and fight. When Lucien suggested the alchemy competition, Long Fei was filled with disdain. It was not because he disdained competing with Lucien, but because he disdained using his alchemy to prove his own alchemy technique. However, this was different. As long as he won, he would be able to legitimately call Eorong his wife. If he could, there would be people who would warm his bed and even slap it at night. How tempting it was! Victory! He had to win. Long Fei stood on top of the pill stage, looked at Lucien, and asked, "How do I compete?" Lucien said, "Just like just now, whoever can refine higher quality pills will win. The spirit grasses are up to you to choose." Not long later, a few disciple of Powder Pavilion S had already sent over 10 different kinds of spirit grass over. Long Fei said, "Don't say that I'm bullying the elderly. You choose first." Lucien smiled, and without holding back, he walked over to choose a few spirit grass. Long Fei could not even call out the names of these spirit grass. However, his alchemy did not need to grasp these. He possessed the alchemy technique that was above this world. He could even refine wild grass and flowers into pills. What was there to worry about if he used spirit grasses? Long Fei randomly picked one. Lucien said, "You don't need to choose a few more?" Long Fei said, "One stalk of my alchemy is enough." Lucien smiled, "Don't regret it." Long Fei said, "I have never regretted anything." As they spoke, Long Fei returned to the pill stage. Lucien said, "You go first." Long Fei was not polite either, because he was too lazy to waste his time. In the entire Xianyu sect, only Yi Changfeng knew how to refine a few pills, but in Long Fei's opinion, Yi Changfeng didn't even know a single thing. As for Sect Master Lucien, a powerhouse of the Zhen Wu realm, could also use alchemy? I've never heard of it. Thus, in Long Fei's heart, he did not place Lucien in his eyes, but he did not underestimate his opponent. Phew! Inhale. His mind was calm. Long Fei quickly entered a state of selflessness. Lucien had always been observing Long Fei, and he did not believe that Long Fei would become a 8-level alchemy man in 3 days either. He had also trained in the way of medicine, so he believed that was impossible. However, when Long Fei used a few seconds to enter a state where he had forgotten himself, he was extremely shocked in his heart. What a good kid, calming down in such a short amount of time, and this state is just too strong. Regardless of whether it's mental energy, mental state, or mental fortitude, the control of his brain is superior to that of a human's. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes opened slightly, a sharp light flashed out, and he shouted, "Look carefully, I'll let you all know what alchemy is." Buzz! The true essence in his body surged as the true qi was released. His palm was blazing hot. An invisible flame began to burn. Ilyoshien's eyes tightened. To be able to control the true qi to such an extent, Even Powerhouse at the peak of the elixir are unable to do so, and his true chi. After the great battle just now, he can still preserve so many true chi-s. Could it be that this brat's pubes is even wider than the ocean? Even so, it's impossible for a escalated blood stage to have such a rich true chi. Lucien had some suspicions in his heart, and he observed even more seriously than Long Fei. Not a single detail was missed. At this moment, Long Fei smirked and said, "Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly." Boom! His left hand moved, and at the same time, an invisible true chi flame also ignited on the palm of his left hand. What is he doing? 2 hands. What's the situation? I don't understand what he's doing. Could it be that he wants to refine 2 pills with both of his hands? It can't be. How can he be so arrogant? Does he think that alchemy is like picking up cabbage from the ground? Is it that easy? Disciple of Powder Pavilion did not understand, and neither did those elders. At their level, they could not even see the invisible flames of the true chi on Long Fei's palm. However, but Lucien could see it. His heart was shocked. Nothing more. This. Moving both hands at the same time is impossible. Could this brat be a genius in alchemy? No, even someone with monstrous alchemy would not be able to do this. Ilyoshien's heart was in turmoil. Refining 2 pills at the same time? And yes, the same spirit grass, the same pill, refined at the same time. It didn't look like anything. However, the process of forming the 2 pellets was not synchronized, which meant that it had to be used twice, and not a single detail could be overlooked. Moreover, this kind of alchemy technique required an extremely strong mental strength and ideas control. The escalated blood stage has such a strong spiritual force and idea? Ordinary people would go berserk and simply could not endure it. Lucien was shocked. He was completely intimidated by Long Fei. It was not an ordinary type of power. He finally understood why Long Fei would look down on Yi Changfeng. This kind of method, this level of control was enough to look down on any expert of the 8th stage in the world's alchemy. Good boy. Lucien was secretly happy in his heart. I really like you more and more. I really want to consider taking you as my son-in-law now, ha ha ha. However, I won't lose. Suddenly, the spirit grass floated up from Long Fei's stage and split into 2, landing on his left and right palms. The true chi was like a compressed super fuel as it started to frantically devour. However, every step was under Long Fei's control. A few seconds later, Long Fei's eyes shook, and with a heavy sound he said, "Done." Both of his hands clenched tightly, like a closed pill furnace. The spirit grass's liquid quickly solidified. Half a second later, Long Fei gave it both hands and said indifferently, "I'm done." 2 at the same time. It took less than 20 seconds to complete. The scene was completely stunned. Yorong looked at Long Fei in shock. "What rank is this pill?" Xiao Dai giggled. "Sister E, your father is about to lose." As soon as Long Fei withdrew his aura, he looked at Lucien who was on the stage and said, "There's no need to appraise it anymore, this pill of mine is a grade 9 medicinal pellet." As soon as he finished, everyone present was dumbfounded. Grade 9? To be able to forge a grade 9 pill within 20 seconds? Was he a pervert? Or a monster? Are you fooling around? If you say that it's only the 9th rank, then why don't you just go up into the sky? You, a 8-level alchemy man, actually said that the medicinal pellet you refined was a grade 9 pellet. Do you really need us to believe you? Are you crazy? You think someone like you knows alchemy? I almost couldn't hold back my laughter at the sight of a tier 8 pill refiner forging a tier 9 pill. You can't brag about the tax, can you? The crowd burst into discussion, and they found the situation unbelievable. Long Fei was too lazy to explain to them. There was no need, and there was no need for him to explain. Is he a tier 9 pill refiner? Lucien smiled slightly and said, "All right, then it's a grade 9 pellet. Now, it's my turn." Chapter 23:19 Lucien's Earth Stage Pill Refiner. Chapter 23:19 Lucien's Earth Stage Pill Refiner. Lucien did not question him. This slightly stunned Long Fei. Logically speaking, anyone would have doubted him. Grade 9 medicinal pill. Even a Tier 9 pill refiner would not be able to succeed just because he was able to refine one. How could it be so easy? Of course, Long Fei did not lie. The pellet he refined had indeed reached the 9th stage. He did not seriously refine it, because with his alchemy technique of using the heaven and earth as furnace, naturally using it as fire, refining pellets that were higher than his own alchemy technique level was not too difficult at all. It was enough for the grade 9 pills to deal with Lucien. After all, in this world there weren't many 9th grade alchemy masters. Is the sect master crazy? He said the 9th rank is the 9th rank? You believe this? Grade 9 medicinal pellet, that's the level of a grade 9 alchemist. Could it be that he's already reached the level of a rank 9 alchemy great grandmaster? Impossible! Yuan Shan did not believe it either, but Lucien immediately admitted that Long Fei's pellet was of the 9th rank. He could not help but ask, did Sect Master do this on purpose? Is he trying to betroth you to Long Fei? Yorong didn't know either, but she was feeling a little unhappy in her heart. Because she was human. It wasn't an item, and now the two men were actually using her to block the bet. No matter who won or lost, she would not admit to this match. Long Fei laughed blandly. It's your turn, sect leader. You better not disappoint me. Winning too easily is not good. After all, she's your daughter. You should at least show me some of your strength, right? Lucien slightly smiled and said, Brat, don't be too complacent. Look carefully. Gui Qingshan looked at Lucien, who was on the stage, and said smilingly, You act as awesome. In that instant, the qi on Lucien's body suddenly radiated outwards. Boom! Energy rumbled like thunder in the sky. The world was trembling. The disciples below the pill platform were unable to endure it and quickly retreated. The aura of the Zhen Wu realm was arrogant and tyrannical, and its cultivation was weak to the point that it was unbearable. Next, Lucien's clothes fell off, revealing him as a demigod. Long Fei's eyes darkened. Oh my God, the devil flesh and blood man, this body. Every muscle was clearly defined, and looked as if they had been cast with copper water. Furthermore, there was an endless amount of explosive power hidden underneath the muscles, and the power of the Zhen Wu realm exploded out one after another. Extremely violent. Within a few seconds, Lucien entered into a state of an état. Buzz. Amongst the space ring, an ancient pill furnace filled with runes floated in the air. On it were carved strange runes of various shapes and sizes. This rune was shockingly similar to the runes in the Xian Yu Secret Territory's main hall. Long Fei trembled in his heart. Could it be the Ming clan's pill furnace? Boom! When the spirit grass entered the furnace, the Zhen Wu realm S could be seen surging out, forming an extremely strong purple flame. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled around the cauldron. The whole thing looked super violent. The pill furnace rotated. The purple flame completely engulfed the pill furnace. The scene was incomparably domineering. Even Yorong was scared silly by his father's actions. Father, he knows alchemy? He's a alchemy master? Why did I never know? Yi Zichen was completely confused. The elders and disciples of the Pill Pavilion were all dumbfounded. Sect Master also knows alchemy? What kind of alchemy technique is this? Isn't this too violent? Sect Master is actually a alchemy grandmaster? My God! He thought that no one else in the Xian Yu sect could have alchemy except for him. He never thought that Lucien was actually a super powerhouse of alchemy. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister, his mind thumped loudly. Fuck, I've been tricked. He felt like he had been tricked. Who would have known that a sect master of a Zhen Wu realm would actually know alchemy? How is that possible? Moreover, no one had ever said that Yi Lucian knew alchemy? Then again, who would be like Yi Lucian? Is this called alchemy? Wasn't this method too violent? The power of the true martial continued to pour into the pill furnace. Too fierce. Seeing this situation, Long Fei knew in his heart that he was in trouble. 2 minutes later. Buzz. A droning sound could be heard from the pill furnace. There was no fragrance wafting in all directions, only a faint fragrance of spirit liquid wafting out. This meant that this pill was of high quality. The spirit liquid didn't evaporate and fused into the pill. Huff! Everything around him returned to normal. He looked at Long Fei and said, "Success. It's a grade. It should be above grade 9. He should have reached Earth grade." While they were talking, Yi Lucian took out a pill that was still radiating hot air and asked, "Kid, how is it?" As soon as he finished, everyone present looked at Yi Lucian, who was on the pill stage, as if he was an idiot. Earth rank alchemy master? Yi Lucian was an Earth stage pill refiner? He couldn't think straight at all. Yuanshan said, "Damn, sect master's scheme is really well hidden." Eorong also had a face of shock. "When did you become an Earth stage pill refiner?" Yi Lucian looked at Long Fei and said, "Should we let the 3 great elders appraise this?" Long Fei shook his head. "No need, I lost." Yi Lucian's alchemy techniques were very strong. Moreover, the power of the true martial was as if it was free, crazily releasing it. If it was anyone else, Long Fei would definitely call them idiots, but Yi Lucian, his control was beyond his expectations. Adding on the Ming clan pill furnace, combined with Yi Lucian's violent technique, he knew that the pill he refined would definitely surpass grade 9. Therefore, he lost. Ha ha ha! Brat, how arrogant! Aren't you smug? Didn't they say that no one in the Xian Yu sect knows alchemy? And now, ha ha! Did we lose? How arrogant! The elders of the Pill Pavilion were all incomparably excited, as if they had defeated Long Fei, and fiercely stepped on Long Fei. Long Fei did not have any intentions either, and said, "I've lost, state your conditions." A loss was a loss. Long Fei will do it. However, he also had his own thoughts. Kill him. Sect leader, kill him. Right, we can't let this kind of disaster go. Boy, the great elder lost and you killed him. Now that you've lost, you have to die too. Many people were looking forward to Long Fei's death, because Long Fei had trampled on their dignity, making them feel ashamed. Long Fei looked at Yi Lucian and said again, "Speak." Without waiting for Yi Lucian to speak, Eorong stepped forward and said, "Father, you cannot kill him." Yi Lucian said, "What's wrong? Feeling sorry for him? If he loses, you don't have to marry him. You should be happy." Deliberately, Eorong said, "Father, you have seen his alchemy technique. Elder Yi is dead, he cannot die, or else Xian Yu sect will really." A Pill Pavilion elder said, "With the sect master around, the pills won't be a problem." Yuanshan was also getting anxious. "Sect master, we can't kill this brat. God's sect gathering is still relying on him, we can't lose this year." At this time, Yi Lucian's voice sank and he shouted slightly, "Long Fei, listen to me." Chapter 23:20 I am punishing you by punishing you as the great elder of the Pill Pavilion. Chapter 23:20 I am punishing you by punishing you as the great elder of the Pill Pavilion to take his life? If you say so, I'll give it to you? Long Fei was not an idiot. He had lost. However, if he were to take his life, he would absolutely not surrender without a fight. At most, he would just give it another try. When Yi Lucian walked out, his expression changed, and the sect master's imposing manner was immediately displayed, becoming extremely powerful. He said solemnly, "Long Fei, listen up." Long Fei looked up at Yi Lucian and said, "Speak." At this time, Xiao Dai became nervous. Thin Monkey and the big-size man slowly approached Long Fei. As long as Lucien wants Long Fei's life, they would fight to the death. Even if they were brothers, they wouldn't fear death. Yorong was also worried. She had the confidence that she could save Long Fei, but in front of her father she was too weak, and was not his opponent. His father was not a match for the entire Xianyu sect. However, she would still save Long Fei. Long Fei held the sky sword tightly in his hand and waited quietly. At Disciple of Powder Pavilion, all the elders revealed excited expressions. "Brat, you're going to die soon," Lucien said seriously. "Killing a fellow sect member and elder, almost causing chaos within Xianyu sect, all of this was because of you." Yorong's face tightened. Yuanshan was also moved. With that tone, he wanted to settle the score with Long Fei. The disciples and elders of the Pill Pavilion all laughed. Long Fei's heart sank and thought to himself, "Fuck, if you want to mess with this daddy, then come. This daddy has never been afraid of anyone before." Just as everyone thought that Lucien wanted to punish Long Fei, Liuxian's words suddenly changed, and he said, "Although all of this was because of you, but there is a reason, and all of this cannot be blamed on you alone. However, although you won the life wager in alchemy, Yi Changfeng died and the Xianyu sect's Pill Pavilion was able to circulate its energy to the next level, affecting the rise of the Xianyu sect. So, the words came to a halt. Do we still need to deal with Long Fei? Still want to kill? Yorong's heart was incomparably anxious. Yuanshan said, "I'm dying of anxiety, what do I want to do?" Gui Qingshan laughed disdainfully, "You just like to blindly posture. Kill him. Kill him." Disciple of Powder Pavilion continued to speak. Lucien said, "So, I sentence you to be the great clan elder of the Pill Pavilion, in charge of the Pill Pavilion, in charge of the operation of the Xianyu sect's medicinal pellets, and cultivate 10 alchemy grandmasters for me, if not I will expel you from the Xianyu sect." Huh! Huh! Say what? Am I mistaken? Punishment him, as the great elder of the Pill Pavilion? Is this a punishment? Are you sure it isn't a reward? The entire city was stunned for a second, and then, the crowd burst into an uproar, causing an intense explosion. One of the Pill Pavilion elders was so angry that his face paled as he said in a heavy voice, "Sect Master, this old and useless one cannot accept this." Lucien said, "You are not convinced? Don't look for me. Go find your Pill Pavilion's great elder. If you are unwilling, then go look for him. Don't bother me. Long Fei. Remember this, if the management of the Pill Pavilion is not good and the pills are not supplied in time, you, your brother and your sister must all leave the Xianyu sect." Long Fei. The transformation happened too fast for him to react. He thought that Lucien would punish him, even if she did not take his life, she would at least imprison him for a few years. It was a little too fast. Long Fei said, "Sect Master, aren't you being a little too hasty?" Lucien said, "Stop wasting time, let me tell you, God's sect gathering is still 4 months away. At that time, if you don't have any results from your Pill Pavilion, I will teach you a lesson." Long Fei. "Isn't 4 months too short?" Lucien shouted. "Short? You will be able to reach 8-level alchemy man in 3 days. If you think it's a long time, then let's give it a month." Long Fei immediately said, "Don't, for months is 4 months." Lucien was satisfied. "In 4 months God's sect gathering must enter the top 3 places in your Pill Pavilion, otherwise, you will have to meet me here." Long Fei, holy **T, at this moment. Liuxian's gaze swept over them as he released the sect master's might, directly suppressing all of the voices on the stage. His gaze landed on Yorong's body. Lucien said, "Yorong, you, as the young sect master, were almost annihilated by the Xianyu sect and have even participated in internal strife. Although it did not cause a calamity, There is a problem with your administration. Today, you are to be removed from your position as the young sect master and be demoted to a normal disciple. You are not allowed to enjoy the treatment of young sect master's cultivation resources. You Wanshan, as the great clan elder of the Artifact Pavilion, you should also join in the internal strife. Face the wall for 1 month. You are not allowed to step out of Horcrux's Hill. If your refining pavilion does not manage to enter the top 10, then you are asking me. Yuan Shan's head shrank as he muttered, "Just who did I offend this time?" And then, several more elders were punished. Finally, Lucian said, "Gui Qingshan, listen." Gui Qingshan's eyes shook. "What the F***? Then, his figure moved and was about to disappear. However, Lucian was 1 step faster than him. She stopped him and smiled. "You want to escape?" Gui Qingshan laughed awkwardly and said, "Sect Master, about that, I would like to go make things convenient." Lucian said, "Very soon. From today onwards, Gui Qingshan will act as Sect Master and take charge of everything in the sect. The God Sect gathering will also be led by him." At this moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. Gui Qingshan, an elder who was unknown to even disciples, actually became the acting sect master of the Xianyu sect in 1 step? Many of the elders were stunned. Gui Qingshan also had a face full of gloom as he said, "Sect master, what virtue or ability do I have to do this? Choose someone else, you see." Lucian said, "Elder Gui, do you want to decline? Then I will." He had a look that said, "I want to expose you." Gui Qingshan said, "I am the acting sect master, but I have said it in advance, I am just the acting sect master." Lucian said, "That's more like it. But this year's God Sect gathering, you have to get me a good rank. Otherwise, don't come see me again." Gui Qingshan said, "So what if I don't want to see you? Do you think you're good looking? I must see you?" Lucian, "How dare you?" The two of them were like 2 old urchins. "Any objections? It doesn't matter even if you disagree. That's all." Lucian was a dictator. He did not care about the opinions of others. The elder from the Pill Pavilion glared at Long Fei and viciously flung his sleeves as he said, "Let's go!" Disciple of Powder Pavilion also stared at Long Fei with incomparable anger, as if Long Fei had killed his father. The crowd dispersed. On a hillside, Gui Qingshan said, "Old thing, what are you trying to do?" Lucian's eyes darkened and said slightly, "Yu Rong is injured, it's the everlasting burning sword, the Zhao family. I'm afraid the suspicion is going to fall on me. When Zhao Haotian's lifeblood is destroyed, the Zhao family will not let go of Xianyu sect. I must close my doors and take this opportunity to break through to the true martial great emperor." Gui Qingshan's eyes trembled. He didn't know about any of this. Gui Qingshan's expression became serious and said, "Is the chance of a breakthrough high?" He was well aware of the Zhao clan's strength. Let alone the old demon Zhao Chongshan, even the Emperor Zhao Wuji, who was the patriarch of the Zhao family, was a peak powerhouse of the Zhen Wu realm, an unshakable existence. Lucian shook his head lightly. "I don't even have a 10% chance." The 5th chapter. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 23-21, I cheated. Chapter 23-21, I cheated. Hearing this result, Gui Qingshan's expression shook slightly as he muttered, "Even with 10% chance. That is to say, it was simply impossible to break through to the true martial emperor realm." Lucian laughed. His smile was bitter. The old monster of the Zhao family, Zhao Chongshan, was already a Emperor Zhen Wu's realm. Other than him, the current emperor of Zhaoguo was also a peak realm. He was just 1 step away from entering the Emperor Zhen Wu's realm. Relying on the Zhao family's power to break through was just a matter of time. Also, the number 1 sect of Zhaoguo under the control of the Zhao family. There were also many experts in this sect, including quite a few powerhouses of the Zhen Wu realm. Once the Zhao family found out that Zhao Haotian's lifeline had been crippled, the Xianyu sect would definitely suffer an unimaginable blow. There was only one way to protect Xianyu sect: become a powerhouse of the true martial emperor. Only by doing so would they be able to protect the Xianyu sect and the lives of several thousand disciples. Although there was not even a 10% chance of success, there were some things that needed to be done, Lucien said slightly. Brother Gui, if Xianyu sect is not protected, I'm afraid that your matter will be exposed, so, while I am in seclusion, I hope that you can take care of Xianyu sect. Gui Qingshan nodded his head. Since things have gotten to this point, if I were to delay it any further, it would seem that I am being too unkind. However, I have never managed the sect before. I am worried that. Lucien said, Don't tell me that, I still don't know about you. A great general of an army of 1 million, would you be unable to manage a sect that has thousands of disciples? Gui Qingshan laughed. Great general. That was his sore spot. He did not try to turn the tide. As a great general who had become the commander-in-chief, he should have died a long time ago. Lucien said, Let's not talk about that anymore. The Zhao family has not been able to find out about Yorong in a short period of time. You have enough time to prepare, especially for God's sect gathering. I must get a good result. Gui Qingshan said, If Yu Rong and that brat were to fight, Xianyu sect would definitely win. Lucien shook his head. It's gone, not to mention the crown prince of the Zhao family. The sect of Infinitas won't be able to pass this time. This year, sect of Infinitas produced a super genius, who I heard was a holy vein. Sect of Infinitas. Thunderclap sect. There are also the various devil sects. They are all too strong. If you want to win, it's up to you. Lucien let out a light breath. Even if the Zhao family found the results of God's sect gatherings ranking, they would still have some scruples. I can buy them some time. This time, the God's sect gathering may decide the fate of the Xianyu sect. Gui Qingshan said, Old bastard, don't put all your burdens on me. You're the sect leader. Lucien patted Gui Qingshan's shoulder and said indifferently, Only with pressure can you have motivation. Great General, I have my eyes on you. Gui Qingshan. She rolled her eyes at Lucien. They were once brothers. Brother who risked his life. However, Lucien chose to join the army and become the general who protected the mountains and rivers from the invasion by the magic tribe. With his talent and perseverance, he eventually became a great general of the previous dynasty, holding an army of 1 million in his hands. Even if he was strong, he still wouldn't be able to protect the Wei family. Keep the river and the mountains. When the Wei family was exterminated, he took the infant, who was also the last of the blood vein in the Wei family, and hid in the wilderness. 6 years later, he left the wilderness with another face, a cow and a little girl. He entered the Xianyu sect, playing the fool, not revealing his true strength under any circumstances. 10 years. In these past 10 years, he had been to the divine capital countless of times, and every time he saw one, he wanted to find an opportunity to fight Zhao Chongshan to the death. Zhao Chongshan had gone into closed-door cultivation deep in the palace, and hadn't come out for several years. He had no chance at all. Moreover, the current Zhao family was far stronger than the Wei family from before. Zhao Chongshan's strength was already the peak of this world. Even if 100 of him attacked at the same time, he still wouldn't be a match for Zhao Chongshan. Because of Xiao Dai, he had to live on. Hearing Lucien speak of so much, Gui Qingshan's heart was filled with emotion. As he thought of the past, his heart became heavy. Lucien said, Brother Gui, don't think too much. If our generation can't win, there's still a next generation. That brat. The image of Long Fei being arrogant and despotic suddenly appeared in Lucien mind, and a sharp light immediately flashed in his eyes. He was incomparably happy as he said, That kid really opened my eyes. Gui Qingshan also recovered his composure and said, "Don't think too much, I was the one who brought that brat along with me to the Xianyu sect. He's my son-in-law, don't fight with me over him, otherwise I'll fall out with you." Liuxian's face stiffened and said, "Gui Qingshan, you still have the nerve to say that? You think the Xianyu sect will be yours after you bring him along? If the Xianyu sect is mine, then is he mine? We'll talk about it later. Is your daughter as big as my daughter? Is there?" Liuxian was very pleased with himself. Gui Qingshan was gloomy. Liuxian said, "I don't think so. Would that man choose a woman with small breasts? If there's a big one, of course we choose a big one." Gui Qingshan said, "Choosing the big one? My daughter is cute, and able to take care of people. He has long liked my daughter. Pfft. That brat calls me his daughter's wife." Liuxian did not hesitate. For Long Fei, the two of them bickered like two old urchins. He just wanted to take Long Fei for himself. They had never done this before. After battling for an entire hour, the duo was also exhausted, and their words were about to burst out of their mouths. Liuxian slightly said, "I have really never seen a brat like him. You personally saw his alchemy. Do you know how awesome his alchemy is? You won't understand even if I tell you. This is too shocking." When Liuxian thought about the scene on the pill stage, he couldn't help but feel excited as well. Gui Qingshan said, "I have never seen his alchemy technique before." Liuxian said, "I don't have it, but how old is he? He wasn't even 20, how could he have cultivated such a technique? Let alone 3 days, even if it's 30 years, 300 years, he will still not be as powerful as you. The pills he refines can be said to have not lost a single bit of the spirit grass's spirit liquid, and it will completely assimilate into the pills." Shaking, "This is too shocking." Gui Qingshan did not understand alchemy. But to shock Liuxian to such an extent was sufficient to show that Long Fei's alchemy was incomparably sharp. Liuxian had never praised someone like that before. Even his daughter Eorong, who had activated the underworld phoenix blood vein in her body, was not this excited. However, Gui Qingshan rolled her eyes at him and said, "That kid is strong, but didn't you still win against him?" Liuxian smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice, "I cheated." Chapter 23-22. The Onlooker is Coming. Chapter 23-22. The Onlooker is Coming, I cheated. Liuxian was a little proud. Gui Qingshan was startled. He slapped his thigh and said, "Damn, I knew it, how could an old cunning fox like you have a fair fight with him?" "Ha ha ha!" Liuxian laughed out loud and said, "8th grade alchemy grandmaster, do you think I can really compare to you?" While they were talking, he took out the pill furnace and said with a smile, "Besides alchemy, this pill furnace has another function. Actually, it's also a storage space. With my continuous refining, the power of the Zhen Wu realm was continuously released. Not to mention that brat, even the experts were scared of me." Gui Qingshan was startled. He could not help but laugh. An old fox is an old fox. I don't think he even dreamed that you would cheat, right? You're too shameless. Liuxian said. "This is called, the art of war is not bad. The powder-making competition is like a competition of martial arts." Gui Qingshan stopped smiling and said, "This is good too, letting him suffer a little setback is also good. It's good to be young and vigorous, but it's not good to be too arrogant. Look at him, he offended the entire Xianyu sect, and now you're punishing him as the Great Elder of the Pill Pavilion. I'm afraid he, the Great Elder, doesn't feel very comfortable sitting down." Although it was called a punishment, it was actually a reward. Even a fool would know about it, but how could those people in the Pill Pavilion not? To kill Yi Changfeng and even become the great clan elder, how could those people from the Pill Pavilion accept this? Aren't you going to make things difficult for him? It had to be known that both the elders in the Pill Pavilion and the disciples were basically Yi Changfeng's disciples. Lucien laughed sinisterly. I don't care if his days are good or not, I'm doing pretty good anyway. Right. Don't worry about it. Let them take care of everything that happens on Pill Pavilion Peak, but there's one thing you have to ensure, that no one dies. Right now, he is not facing a single person, but the entire disciple of Powder Pavilion. This should be considered a test. Gui Qingshan slightly smiled and said, What? To nurture a successor? I told you, when I destroy the Zhao family, I want him to become the king of the Wei Empire. Lucien said, Damn, you want to steal from me again? Gui Qingshan said angrily, You were the one who kept on fighting with me. While they were talking, the two of them once again entered bickering mode. Pill Pavilion Peak. Long Fei stood on the alchemy courtyard. He didn't even realize that he had suddenly become the Great Elder. Not at all. Boss, what do we do now? Yeah. You are now the senior elder of the Pill Pavilion, you are too cool, Thin Monkey said excitedly. Long Fei scratched his head. I have never been one before, I don't know how to be one. Thin Monkey immediately said, Isn't that simple? You are now the Great Elder of the Pill Pavilion, so your words are in order. If you continue to speak, everyone will have to listen to their orders. The big guy muttered, That powerful? The Thin Monkey said, Of course, the three great pavilions of Xianyu sect, Pill Pavilion, Artifact Pavilion, Martial Pavilion and Pill Pavilion are the leaders. The eldest is not only the Great Elder of the Pill Pavilion, but also the Great Elder of the Xianyu sect. The power is only a little less than the sect master. Think about how awesome it is. Xiao Dai frowned and said, Along you killed Yi Chongfeng, I'm afraid no one in the Pill Pavilion will listen to you, and no one will listen to you either. Thin Monkey said, They dare not obey orders? Drive all of them out of Xianyu sect. At this moment, a large group of Pill Pavilion elders walked into the courtyard. The Thin Monkey was shocked and immediately retreated. Hiding behind Long Fei, he stuck out his tongue and said, I was just joking, I was just joking. A total of 9 elders. In addition, there was a large group of disciple of Powder Pavilion outside the alchemy courtyard. An elder stepped forward and shouted, There is no need to rush. We will leave by ourselves. We will not be under the alchemy of a brutal executioner, and we will not be together with the person who killed our master. I'm leaving the Pill Pavilion. As soon as he finished, the other 8 elders said in unison, I will leave the Pill Pavilion. Retreat from the Pill Pavilion. Retreat from the Pill Pavilion. A voice also quickly came from the courtyard, Let's leave the Pill Pavilion. Almost everyone. Thin Monkey was dumbfounded. Long Fei squinted his eyes. According to his temper in the past, he would go and slap them. But now it was different. He needed these people. He could not concoct all the pills in the entire Xianyu sect by himself. That would be too time-consuming. He also didn't want to spend a lot of time to cultivate his alchemy. He still wanted to level up. Therefore, he needed these people to give him alchemy and give him time to do other things. Long Fei withdrew his previous attitude. He knew clearly in his heart that these old fellows had said to leave the Pill Pavilion, but no one left the courtyard. He wasn't leaving the Pill Pavilion, he was here to force the palace. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, All right, let's go. Xiao Dai was startled. Thin Monkey and the Big Size Man were also stunned. Xiao Dai lowered his voice and said, Along, if they all leave the Pill Pavilion, then who is going to use alchemy? If you don't eat or drink by yourself, you won't be able to complete a sect's supply of pills. If you don't, the Grand Master will definitely come looking for you. Thin Monkey also anxiously said, Boss, we can't let them go. They all understood, Long Fei naturally understood. The elders of the Pill Pavilion also understood this, so they came to force the palace. Long Fei said calmly, Isn't it the same sect's medicine supply for them to withdraw? Even if they can't complete it, it's not like it's just me. Furthermore, they don't have any pills to supply when they leave the pill pavilion, and they can't even cultivate on their own. No one stop me. Get them to retreat. Retreat was the best way to advance. The elder in the lead shouted, "Brat, do you think we don't dare?" Long Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "I didn't say you guys don't dare, didn't I tell you to retreat? It's not like I'm stopping you. However, I told you guys beforehand. If you retreat, you won't be able to return." Whether it was the elders or the disciples, they had all spent a lot of effort on the pill dao. Once they left the pill pavilion, it would mean that they would have to lose the sect's alchemy resources. The supply of spirit grass, the supply of pill rooms. If a alchemy master lost these resources, it would be equivalent to being crippled. How would he cultivate alchemy dao in the future? Long Fei continued. I was just worried that you guys would have too much resources after you all leave. I can take all of the pill pavilion's resources for myself. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, Long Fei laughed complacently. The 9 elders were stupefied. They had come to force Long Fei to give way. But he never thought that Long Fei would be like this. It was completely out of their expectations. Long Fei looked at their stupefied faces and thought in his heart, "You want to scheme with me? You guys are still far from it." I. The leader of the elders was so angry that his face turned red. "We're not retreating, humph." Chapter 23 Dream. Chapter 23 Dream. The topic changed. That elder directly said, "No retreat." But, kid, don't think that just because you're the great elder of the pill pavilion, you can do nothing about it. Let me tell you, you can forget about obtaining any resources in the pill pavilion. Humph. As he spoke, he gave a heavy, cold snort. Long Fei laughed. Don't you guys should retreat, anyway you don't have alchemy, don't you think it's shameful to occupy the toilet? If you guys don't shit, you can't just stop the people behind you, right? The elder was so angry that smoke was almost coming out from the top of his head. He said angrily, "We're just taking up the toilet, what can you do to us? I would actually like to see how your alchemy works if you don't have a spirit grass from the pill pavilion. How can you distribute medicinal pellets to all the disciples in the sect?" Long Fei was referring to the great clan elder of the pill pavilion. However, no one in the pill pavilion respected him. It was basically impossible for him to obtain spirit grass to refine pellet. However, Long Fei smiled, walked to the corner of the courtyard and grabbed a handful of grass, then said, "Real alchemists do not need spirit grass, only trash like you would need a high-level spirit grass's alchemy. Look carefully." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's aura moved. Xiao Dai and the rest were shocked. "Boss, what are you trying to do? Could it be that he wants to use Weed's alchemy? What kind of joke is this?" Those elders revealed looks of contempt. "Use Weed alchemy? If I say that we do not understand alchemy, the one that I think the most do not understand is you. Spirit dawn are made up of dense spirit liquid. Is there spirit liquid in the weeds? Even if there is, do the spirit liquids within the weeds have attributes? What a joke! How laughable! If I can refine these weeds into a medicinal pill, I'll directly kneel for you. What the heck is this?" All sorts of jeers and taunts rang out. Weed's alchemy? If it was really possible, then that pill would have long been ruined. Was there even a need to spend energy to find spirit grass? The spirit grass no longer had any value in its existence. Alchemy, an essential part of the spirit grass. This was common knowledge. Long Fei violated common sense, which could also be said that he didn't even know common sense. However, did he not understand? Alchemy technique. Buzz! A powerful true qi combusted into flames and began to be refined. In just a few seconds. Done. A single leaf, a single drop of water, and even a single grain of sand all possess spirit energy. This is because they are all formed in this world, and it just depends on whether or not you can sense them and whether or not you can grasp them. It's good to be a spirit grass. But weeds can also be refined. Even Long Fei suspected that the highest realm of alchemy did not require anything, just relying on the nature's spirit energy to refine it, and spirit energy was rich with the various types of spirit energy. As long as he could condense these elemental energies into pills, that was enough. This was probably the strongest alchemy technique. In a few seconds, Long Fei finished refining. The elders were all stunned. The leading elder said, "This kind of pill can be said to be useless. It has no use at all. So what if you can refine it?" Exactly. What attributes does a medicinal pill refined from wild grass have? Can you help people cultivate it? F***K. He's even inferior to a useless pill. Just when they were laughing at him, Long Fei grabbed a handful of grass and refined them one by one. Within a few minutes, he had refined 9 pills. And then, Long Fei said, "This is just like a greeting gift for all of you." No. What kind of bullshit greeting gift is this? What's the use of this pill? I'll just take it to the dog to eat. Long Fei did not care about what they said. Whether or not they agreed to use it was their business, and he believed that although these old fellows said that they would not consume it on the surface, they would definitely consume it. Let's go. Disperse. If you guys want to leave the pill pavilion quickly, you don't need to report to me. You can just leave. Long Fei waved his hand and said, "This old one hasn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, I can't take it anymore, get out of here." He immediately ordered them to leave. Long Fei was really tired. Give him a bed now and he can sleep in it. All the clan elders left Alchemy Courtyard. Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I've finally dealt with it." Xiao Dai asked, "Along, what should we do in the future?" Right now, it's only half a month away from the next distribution. If you can't produce enough pills, then you... Thin Monkey said, "Half a month. That multi-disciple pill, there are thousands of them, how do I refine them?" The big guy said innocently, "Boss, I don't need it." Thin Monkey rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't have any bullshit use, what's the point of losing one of you?" Xiao Dai said, "If all these elders and disciples of the Pill Pavilion could help refine it together, then we would be able to solve the problem, but now..." Thin Monkey said, "They can't be relied on. Not to mention helping us with alchemy, they won't even give us the medicinal pellets we need. These old fellows, we should have taught them a lesson back then and let them know who the great elder is." Xiao Dai said, "Saying all these now is already useless. The most important thing right now is the problem of the pills." Long Fei stood in place. His eyelids were fighting, and he could even fall asleep while standing. Hearing Xiao Dai's voice, he slightly opened his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. I'm going to go to sleep first. Don't wake me up if there's nothing else." What kind of ridiculous monthly pills were these? "I'll sleep first." Long Fei walked into the room and fell asleep immediately. It was too tiring. Not only was his physical strength exhausted, but his spiritual force was also extremely exhausted. It had to be known that using alchemy techniques like the heaven and earth as the stove, and naturally as the fire, was truly a little too draining on his mental energy. In less than half a minute, Long Fei already started snoring loudly. "Brat, look carefully. I will only do it once." In his dreams, a huge dragon appeared in front of Long Fei, releasing a huge amount of power. That kind of power, where the world was like a furnace, was naturally unleashed to its perfect limits by using the strong power of fire. In less than 3 seconds, the pill was successfully refined. Moreover, this pill was not an ordinary pill, but a god-tier pill. Long Fei was shocked. In his sleep, he said, "Even dragons can use alchemy? What kind of world is this?" Buzz! Solaski's sword shook the heavens. The sky ruptured, and as the sword light descended, The sword cheese swirled like a level 12 hurricane. Sword spirits chanted one after another, as if this was the only sword left in the world. In the sky there was only this one sword strike. Astonishingly powerful. The word sky was engraved on the blade. Long Fei muttered, "A sky sword, it's my sky sword. Fair of Fair, where are you? I missed you. My child, where exactly are you?" In another dream, a young beautiful woman with tears in her eyes and yearning in her eyes. All around her was darkness. The bottom couldn't be seen. However, she didn't pay any attention to him. Looking at the dark sky, she muttered, "Fei air, mother misses you." Chapter 23-24 Dragon Clan Traders. Chapter 23-24 Dragon Clan Traders Dreams? Reality? Even Long Fei himself was not sure of this, because he had never seen the things he had dreamed of, nor the people he had dreamed of. There was no memory of them at all. Whether it was the middle-aged beautiful woman or the incomparably huge dragon, Long Fei could not recall anything at all. Also, there were 8 more people. They called themselves 8 King Kong. Towards this kind of person, Long Fei would even dream of having such a brother. If this existed in his memories, he would definitely think of it. But not at all. Not a single memory. A dream? Was it a dream? Or was there a problem with his memory? Or had he tried his best and forgotten something, just like the memories on Earth? If he didn't win the lottery, then he should have forgotten more than 20 years of memories on Earth, right? Whatever. I'm too tired, I want to sleep. Subconsciously, Long Fei's consciousness closed. He wanted nothing more than to get a good night's sleep. However, dreams continued to appear one after another. "Young master, you will come find me, right?" "Young master, don't worry. I'll definitely find you." "Young master, I'm fine. I have the body of a phoenix." Hee hee. "Long Fei, are you alright? I missed you." "Fair, all of Long family's hopes are on you. Xiao Fei, don't let me down." It crazily rushed in. Long Fei's head almost could not take it. This feeling was too unbearable. You want to sleep, but all sorts of dreams and scenes keep appearing. It's like a 10,000-word mosquito buzzing in your ear. He was extremely agitated. Long Fei was unable to drive away these dreams, and he was unable to control himself. "Who am I? Who are you? Who the hell are you?" In the dream, Long Fei screamed hysterically. No one replied him, but dreams continued to appear. This scene. Images. A person. It was like a movie. Finally, as the scene changed, a dozen or so chains that were carved with symbols appeared in a bottomless dark abyss. Underneath these symbols, a crimson stream of light flashed. It was as if these cracks were lava. More than a dozen chains converged on a single person. To be exact, it should be a person covered in dragon scales that pierced through his body. Head, collarbone, chest, abdomen, palm, thigh, kneecap, shoulder blade. The chains went through, and the blood dried up. His long hair fell to the ground. He lowered his head. He looked like a dead man. It was sinister, ferocious, and terrifying. Even the torture done to the 18 levels of hell was not as cruel as the scene in front of his eyes. Huff. Inhale. Huff. The man's breathing was light, but Long Fei, who was in the dream, could clearly feel it. His mind trembled. To be able to live like that, what kind of person is he? He didn't know why. Just like how the man who heard Long Fei's voice in his sleep, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shone with a bright light, Fei air. Because of his excitement, his body slightly trembled. The dozen or so penetrating chains on his body lightly vibrated, and a red stream of light flashed out with the power of runes. Ah! The man couldn't help but scream. The healed wound split open again, and fresh blood gushed out. At this moment, ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Boom! 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 In his dreams, Long Fei felt an incomparably powerful energy crazily crushing down. Let alone him, Even the powerhouse of the Emperor Zhen Wu's realm were like ants as they crushed down with this kind of energy. Too powerful. In that instant, a dragon, the colossal dragon, shone with a strange light. It was incomparably huge. It fell heavily from the peak of darkness. Boom! The abyss shook, and the dozen or so chains shook even more crazily, rippling up. The chains that linked the man seemed as if they were going to tear his body apart. Pain. Incomparable pain. But, this time, the man did not scream, but stared at the huge dragon man who had turned into a human instead. Long Wutian, what are you doing here? Long Wutian, patriarch of Long family. He was also the most important powerhouse in the Long family. Long Wutian laughed blandly. I am here to see you. The man said, now that you've seen it you can scram. Ha ha ha. Long Wutian laughed loudly and said, Long Zhanting, I already said that you were very arrogant. I didn't think that you were arrogant in the past, but now I know. Are you still crazy? The man was Long Zhanting. Long Zhanting sneered sinisterly and said, Why can't I be arrogant? Is it because you became a dog in heaven? How dare you? Buzz! His voice was filled with a powerful aura. It pressed down on Long Zhanting's body like a huge mountain. Long Zhanting was unable to endure it any longer, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Zhanting continued to laugh wildly, revealing his bloody teeth that looked even more sinister than before. What? Are you talking about a sore spot? Humph! Long Wutian coldly snorted and said, A wise man submits to circumstances. This world is the world of the living. To those like you who are on the brink of death, you can only moan in pain here. Long Zhanting said, Don't worry, what you gave me today in the future, I will definitely repay you 100,000 times over. Ha ha ha! With just you. Long Wutian laughed loudly and said, What qualifications do you have to fight with me? If it wasn't for your son in the past, do you think you'd be able to challenge me? Long Zhanting said, If it was my son, you wouldn't have known since long ago that he died to the point where not even his bones were left. Humph! Long Wutian said, Without your son, I am the inheritor of the ancient inheritance. Speak. Where exactly is that ancient inheritance? Long Zhanting laughed and said, You want to know? Kneel down and beg me. Didn't you kneel down to God's tribe? Now, kneel down and beg me as well. Ha ha ha! Long Wutian's eyes were filled with anger. You're courting death. The chain that had pierced through his head suddenly jerked. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The chain was pulled. The chain that was already in Long Zhanting's flesh was being pulled, and with blood oozing out of Long Zhanting's head, the scene was extremely shocking. They all looked to be in excruciating pain. Long Zhanting's entire body was trembling as he said solemnly, Long Wutian, if you have the guts, then kill me. You want to die? Ha ha! I won't let you die so easily. Long Wutian laughed wildly. I want you to suffer in the Dragon Abyss dungeon for your entire life, ha ha. I want you to be alive and in pain. Long Zhanting clenched his teeth, stared at Long Wutian, and said, There will be a day when I will kill you, and that day will definitely come. Chapter 23-25 Never Step into Universal Realm. Chapter 23-25 Never step into Universal Realm. Gritting his teeth. Even in his dreams, Long Fei could still clearly feel the soaring hatred. Moreover, seeing Long Zhanting's entire body pierced through the chains, his heart couldn't help but feel intense pain. He couldn't explain why. It was pain. It hurt. It was as if he had a very close relationship with Long Zhanting. However, Dragon Abyss Dungeon? How come I've heard of this place before? Right. Long Fei suddenly remembered that this was a secret world among his many secret worlds, and one that was tens of stars in the dangerous element. It was just that his level wasn't high enough to be shocking when he first wanted to enter the secret world. Dragon Abyss Dungeon? So, I dreamt of coming here? After a long time, Long Wutian left. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Panted like a cow, and fresh blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. While enduring the pain, looking at the dark void, he said, Long Fei, regardless of whether or not you hear me, you must remember this. Don't come here, you must not come here, you must not save me. Never step into the universal realm. Leave the universal large world, the further the better. You must not come here. Remember. Buzz. In the dark abyss, a black bolt of lightning struck down, connecting with the chain. Next, more than a dozen chains crackled with electric current. Long Zhanting screamed in pain, ah 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 ah. At this moment, consciousness was blown out of the secret world. Huff! Suddenly, Long Fei sat on the ground and sprung up. He was perspiring profusely and his clothes were completely drenched. Gudong! He heavily swallowed his saliva, then picked up the kettle on the table and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp. Only after a few mouthfuls did he slowly calm down. Images from the dream continued to appear in his mind. Long Fei frowned, his heart trembling. He called me Long Fei. He called me Long Fei. Is he my father? I'm an orphan. That's not right. Orphans have parents. Is he my father? Long Fei's flying memories were still stuck on Earth. To him, his parents were his weakest spot in the depths of his heart. Even in his dreams, he would dream of having his own parent. But now, Long Zhanting's words said that he was Long Zhanting's son. Immediately, Long Fei moved and immediately opened the secret world system. Target, Dragon Abyss Dungeon, open. Ding. System notification. Player's level is too low, unable to activate. Target, Dragon Abyss Dungeon, open. Ding. System notification. Player's level is not high enough, unable to activate. Target, Dragon Abyss Dungeon, open it for me. Ding. System notification. Player's level is not high enough, unable to activate. Long Fei kept trying, but if his level was not high enough, the system would not be able to activate it. If the Long Zhanting in the dream earlier was his father, then, as the son of a human, who could bear to see their father suffer such agony? Even if he was abandoned by Long Fei back then, Long Fei didn't blame him in his heart. Now, he couldn't wait to rush into the Dragon Abyss Dungeon to save his father. But, no matter how much he tried, it was useless. Moreover, was it a dream or was it a real scene? Long Fei couldn't explain it himself. As he sat on the edge of the bed, Long Fei's eyes were dull. Those dreams and the people gave him a very familiar feeling. He was not at all unfamiliar with them, but he could not remember where he had seen them before. Long Fei held onto his head, feeling incomparable pain. Why can't I remember? Who are they? And who am I? Long Fei felt extremely uncomfortable. Actually, the reason why he kept dreaming was because he had been tense for 3 days and 3 nights. Coupled with the fact that he had consumed an unprecedented amount of mental energy and his physical strength was insufficient, his spiritual sense could not control itself and he fell asleep. Thus, his consciousness broke through the memory seal. A dreamscape appeared on the screen. However, with the return of his consciousness, the memory seal closed once again. However, a crack appeared on the seal. After a long time, Long Fei hugged his head as his body curled up into a ball. Like a child without a sense of security, they curled together and slowly fell asleep. The other one. Within the Pill Pavilion's meeting room. The 9 great elders came here after Long Fei's alchemy courtyard left. In front of them was a pill Long Fei had given them, a greeting gift made from grass. Tell me about the grade of this pill? The leader of the elders said. Previously, they did not believe that Long Fei had the alchemy. However, in succession of alchemy, even if they were not convinced, they had to admit that Long Fei knew alchemy. Pills could be made using weeds. Not to mention the level of the pills, even if Yi Changfeng was alive, He wouldn't be able to concoct the pills, and what Long Fei said was true. Everything in this world has spiritual energy and can be brought here from alchemy. It just depends on whether you can control it or not. Is there even a need to look at it? It must be a useless pill. Weeds that can use alchemy? A sow can climb a tree. Exactly. In any case, I won't consume this medicinal pill. Giving him a trash pill as a greeting gift, humph? This brat wants us to watch him die. Who in the pill pavilion would submit to him now that he killed the great elder? We can't let him live a good life. There is still half a month until the sect issues out monthly orders. Without us, we just need to see how he will distribute the thousands of pills. When that happens, naturally he will be removed from his duties. Yes, yes. The 9 elders began to discuss amongst themselves. They hated Long Fei to the extreme. However, their cultivation levels were not high, but against Long Fei's, they were not his match. One of the elders said, "I suggest that we move all the spirit grass in the spirit grass hall out. We cannot give him a single one." I agree. I completely agree. If he doesn't have a spirit grass, let's see what kind of alchemy he can use. Let him make it all out of the weeds. Ha ha ha. The elders laughed out loud. Kid, let's see how long you can stay skipping. Everyone went to prepare. However, they had all taken away the herbs refined by Long Fei. He didn't take it. However, it did not mean that they did not want it. Furthermore, if Long Fei was really a level 8 alchemy grandmaster, this pellet was most likely a level 8 pellet. Grade 8 medicinal pills, they were worth more than 10,000 gold. 3 days later, Long Fei finally slept comfortably and stretched a little. Phew! Sleep comfortably. Aside from those dreams he had on the first day, there were no other dreams. Long Fei sat on the edge of his bed and stared blankly at them. Just as he was about to leave the room, Thin Monkey's furious voice sounded out, "You've gone too far, damn it, these old things are simply too much. Big sister, are you all right?" Long Fei was startled. "Sis is injured?" F***ck. You're courting death. Instantly, rage welled up within him. The 5th chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 23-26, Life-Threatening Women. Chapter 23-26, Life-Threatening Women. It was fine to bully him, but not Xiao Dai. Long Fei immediately got up and rushed out. What happened? When Thin Monkey saw Long Fei, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Boss, you finally woke up. These people from the Pill Pavilion are really too much." The big guy followed. "That's bullying." Xiao Dai glared at them. "I'm fine." Thin Monkey asked, "What do you mean okay?" "Just now, I was almost." Without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Dai glared at Thin Monkey again, halting the latter half of his word. Xiao Dai replied, "I'm really fine." Long Fei looked at Thin Monkey and asked, "Speak, what exactly happened here?" The big-sized guy said naively, "They hit Sister Xiao Dai and got blood on their heads." Xiao Dai was holding his head tight. At the beginning, Long Fei did not notice it, but upon hearing what the big-sized man said, he noticed that Xiao Dai's hands were bleeding. F***ck. Long Fei cursed, his anger soaring. He rushed out of Alchemy Courtyard. As he walked to the door, he was stopped by Xiao Dai, who anxiously caught up to him. Xiao Dai said anxiously, "Don't be rash, I am really fine, just a small wound." Long Fei said, "It doesn't matter if you bully me, but if you bully me, it won't do." Xiao Dai said, "I'm really fine, can you not go?" Long Fei said, "Sis, if I can't even protect you, then what else can I do? I gave them face, didn't I?" He was already displeased with them, but now that Xiao Dai was injured, he felt even more displeased. Xiao Dai said anxiously, "You finally managed to settle them down. If you force yourself to look for them now, then what you did 3 days ago would be a waste." "I'm really fine. If you think I'm your sister, then just listen to me." All of Xiao Dai's thoughts were on Long Fei's situation. If the pill pavilion was to operate, it would be impossible for it to rely solely on Long Fei. After all, it was the medicine of the entire sect. Otherwise, there really would be no room for maneuver. Long Fei was moved in his heart, but he was even more unsatisfied. Don't worry, I can hold up the entire pill pavilion by myself without them. Today, I'll explain everything to them. Long Fei said heavily. He did not want such a thing to happen again. Xiao Dai pulled Long Fei back and did not let go, and said, "Do you take me to be your sister?" Long Fei replied, "Of course you're my sister." Xiao Dai said, "Then listen to me, don't go." Long Fei. The thin monkey understood what Xiao Dai meant and advised, "Boss, there are still a dozen more days until the day the sect's monthly rules are issued. It would not be wise to make things difficult for them at this time. Just endure for now." Indeed, even though these elders did not understand alchemy well, they were able to help Long Fei. Even if they didn't have alchemy, the spirit grass would also help Long Fei. However, these were all because they were thinking too much. Not only would they not provide the spirit grass to Long Fei, they would also transfer the spirit grass and secretly refine pills. When Long Fei was unable to provide them with the monthly pills, they would take out the pills again. Long Fei could no longer stay in the pill pavilion. They wanted to let Long Fei know that this was the pill pavilion. It was their pill pavilion that they controlled, not something that an immature brat like Long Fei could control. Long Fei's heart tightened. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "All right, I won't go look for them." Xiao Dai said, "Mn, what you need to do now is to make them admire you and respect you, not to make things even more awkward." Long Fei laughed and said, "You admire me? They are eager for me to die, and they still want to concede to me?" Even if Long Fei had displayed such a powerful alchemy technique, it was only shock to them. From their eyes, Long Fei could still see disdain. There was no hint of admiration. The alchemy of his hands. To have wild grass refining pellets, any alchemy master would have been impressed, but they did not. It would be very difficult to get the elders and disciples of the pill pavilion to admire him. Xiao Dai said, "There are many ways to make people submit to you. A group of people who hate you will do so. Once they submit, they will treat you sincerely." He had killed the Grand Elder, killed their master, and now he wanted them to admire him? It was very difficult. Basically impossible. Long Fei had never made such an extravagant request before, but after hearing what Xiao Dai said, his heart moved a little. He wanted to make someone who hated him admire him. It's hard. However, if he succeeded, then these people would definitely follow him wholeheartedly. What should he do? Long Fei couldn't think of a solution at the moment. Xiao Dai had no other choice. Gulp. Long Fei's stomach began to growl for 3 days and 3 nights. He furiously cultivated the alchemy technique and slept for another 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao Dai giggled and said, "I'll cook for you." And then, he ran into the kitchen. Half an hour later, a fragrant meal was served to them. Long Fei stuffed the food down and consecutively ate 8 bowls of rice before finally stopping his hunger. So good. Xiao Dai laughed heartily. "Have you eaten your fill?" "Right. Sister E came over once when you were sleeping. Seeing that you were sleeping, he asked me to tell you something." Long Fei asked, "What did he say?" Xiao Dai said, "I'm sorry, that's all she said. I don't know what she meant." "Sorry?" Long Fei was confused and muttered, "What are you sorry about?" "She didn't do anything to let me down." Immediately, Long Fei abruptly slapped his thigh and said, "Damn, she wouldn't have gotten another man behind my back, right?" Black lines hung on Xiao Dai's forehead as he said, "What?" Sister E isn't that kind of person at all. Also, Xiao Dai lowered his voice and said, "Sister E can no longer marry the Zhao family's true dragon." Long Fei was startled. He also knew about the engagement between Yi Yorong and Zhao Haotian. Why did he suddenly say that he couldn't marry her now? Xiao Dai said, I heard from my father that the true dragon Tianzi's Zhao Haotian has already lost his life, and can no longer live, so Sister Yi will definitely not marry him. Huh! He became a eunuch? Long Fei laughed. Who is this person? I really have to thank him. Xiao Dai shook his head. I don't know, I also heard it from my father. Good move. Long Fei looked at the mountain peak in the distance, and when he thought about the injury on Yi Yorong's abdomen, he could already guess secretly that the person who had crippled Zhao Haotian was Yi Yorong himself. He had crippled his fiancée. His methods. Long Fei couldn't help but clench his chrysanthemum, clamping both of his legs together, and thought to himself, this woman, will she be able to crack my little brother in the future? Hiss! Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. I have to be careful in the future, Long Fei muttered. And then, Long Fei said in a domineering tone, Careful my ass, can a man be considered a man if he can be cracked by a woman? A tigress. I also want to make her obedient. At this moment, a voice came from the courtyard. Who's going to be obedient? Chapter 23-27, Yi Yorong's Mission. Chapter 23-27, Yi Yorong's Mission. As soon as his voice faded, Long Fei trembled slightly and thought in his heart, Damn! Xiao Dai ran out, Sister Yi. The one who came was Yi Yorong, and he was dressed up, with his chest, legs, and body. A complete set of tight clothing vividly sketched out the outline. It had a protruding front and back that was truly fiery hot. Just like women in his previous life wore skin-tight leather clothes. There was not a trace of excess flesh on his body. The point was, his chest was still big, like 2 depth bombs. Long Fei asked, Wifey, why are you here? Yi Yorong's eyes turned cold. Long Fei immediately changed his words. Cough cough, I was just joking, I was joking. He thought to himself, I'm not as strong as you are. I'll endure it for now. It's only a matter of time before I surpass you by leveling up the system. Once I'm higher than you, I'll crush you to death. Yi Yorong said, Accompany me on a mission. You need something from me? Long Fei laughed. His expression changed as he said, You have to look like you are begging me. Yi Yorong's eyes became even colder, and he said, One more time. Long Fei said, What about it? You have to act as though you're begging. What's your current status? If I remember correctly, you should be an ordinary disciple now, right? What's my current identity? I'm the Great Elder of the Pill Pavilion. Do you think it's possible for me to accompany you on a mission? In the past, Yi Yorong was the young sect master. Now, he was the Great Elder of the Pill Pavilion. His authority and status was higher than hers, so he naturally had to have a good time at this time. Yi Yorong's cold expression changed, her eyes squinted, revealing a crescent smile, and said, Great Elder, what do you want from me that you are willing to accompany me on a mission? The voice was coquettish. It gave people goosebumps. Long Fei couldn't help it, of course. The thoughts in his head were completely different from those of others. If this voice is used to call a bed, wow! Who the hell can stand this? Yi Yorong took a step forward and wrapped her arms around Long Fei's arm. Leaning her chest up, she said in a flirtatious voice, Great Clan Elder, tell me, what do you want me to do? Comfortable. Very comfortable. However, Long Fei felt a cruel and cold feeling from the comfortable feeling. Long Fei reacted quickly. However, he was still a beat too slow, causing Yi Yorong's expression to change. His 2 fingers suddenly pinched together, and directly pinched the flesh on Long Fei's arm, then twisted into a twist. This was too great. Ah! Long Fei was in so much pain that his veins were popping out and his eyeballs were about to pop out. If he slapped her hard, the pain would be even worse. Long Fei immediately said, Just let me go, I'll accompany you no matter what. No man can stand the pain. Eorong revealed a satisfied smile and said, "That's more like it. Next time remember, don't try to act mighty in front of me, understand?" Long Fei said, I understand. Next time I will definitely not show off my power in front of you." Eorong's eyes stared at her and said, "Who are you calling auntie? Am I that old?" Long Fei said, "You are the one who calls yourself mother, aren't I the auntie? You're courting death." Eorong was enraged, and once again, his expression turned sinister. He was in so much pain that he almost jumped up. Women. Age was always a hard wound. No matter if they were on Earth or in this alternate world, they couldn't be called old. "Sister E, what kind of mission is it? Can you bring me along?" Xiao Dai also wanted to join as well. She was already looking forward to the thrilling adventure and cultivation. Eorong said, "We will enter the depths of the Xianyu mountain range to search for something. This mission is not particularly dangerous. You can go if you want." Eorong did not reject. Actually, the mission was simple, but Eorong didn't know why. He just wanted Long Fei to accompany him there. The big guy immediately said, "Can I go too?" Thin Monkey immediately stared at the big-size man and said, "Where are you going? You don't need to cultivate? Come train with me here." Then he lowered his voice and said, "Boss is bringing us girls. What are you doing? Can you have a snack?" While speaking, Thin Monkey looked at Long Fei. Long Fei revealed a praising gaze towards Thin Monkey as well. This lackey was not bad. A man and 2 women. In the wilderness, the demon beast that they met hid in the cave. They were both at the age when love was just born and they wanted to steal a forbidden fruit. Dry wood against fire. The heavenly thunder lured the earth and fire. The clouds turned and the rain fell. Thinking about it, Long Fei became extremely excited. However, before he even finished speaking, Thin Monkey said, "About that, those elders of the Pill Pavilion did not give their boss any alchemy. I felt that it was necessary for me to take responsibility for my boss, so I prepared to enter the Xianyu mountain range to gather spirit grass." Long Fei. He went up and gave the monkey a kick. "Monkey, your sister." Thin Monkey hid quickly, giggled, and said, "Boss, I really want to share some of the burden for you." Eorong secretly frowned. "Elder Qin won't give you the spirit grasses alchemy? Isn't this too much? There are only a dozen more days until the day the sect disciples are released monthly. If you can't produce the pills, I'm afraid." She didn't expect the Pill Pavilion elder to be so excessive. And then, Eorong said, "Do you want me to report to Uncle Gui?" Long Fei smiled bitterly. "It's useless. He definitely won't interfere with the matters of the Pill Pavilion, and this is obviously a test your father gave me. Don't worry, I will definitely pass the test and marry you." Eorong's gaze turned cold. Long Fei immediately said, It's a joke. I will take care of the Pill Pavilion myself. It just so happens that we can go together. Sister Xiao Dai, Thin Monkey, Big Bro, you 3 are in charge of collecting spirit grass." Eorong looked at Long Fei with a bitter feeling in his heart. His father was obviously making things difficult for Long Fei. It was clear that he had killed Yi Changfeng and no one in the Pill Pavilion would be willing to concede to him, yet they still made him the great elder of the Pill Pavilion and gave him the mission to complete the alchemy. The monthly allowance was not limited to a few pills, it was thousands of pills. Even if a alchemy master did not eat or drink, he would not be able to refine this many pellets in a month. In just 12 days of time, Long Fei had basically not completed any of them. Not to mention, he doesn't even have a alchemy spirit grass now. How will he complete this task? Eorong slightly said, "Why don't we delay my mission for a bit, then I will think of a way to gather a large number of spirit grass for you?" Long Fei replied, "There's no need, there's still time. I also want to go into the mountains to take a look. It's been a long time since I've leveled up." Long Fei had even thought of surpassing Eorong early and ruthlessly crushing him back to reality. Last time, there were already so many demon beasts in the Xianbei mountain, but this time, they actually appeared in groups deep inside the Xianyu mountain range. Then again, Long Fei also wanted to see the Transformers. He once said that he found a fairyland cave. There might be something good. Eorong looked at Long Fei and said, "All right, I know that there are a lot of spirit grass in a valley in Xianyu mountain range. When the time comes we'll go there for a trip." Long Fei said, "All right, prepare to set off." He thought to himself, "Transformers, how is he now?" Chapter 23-28, Heavenly Note. Chapter 23-28, Heavenly Note. Ha ha ha. Go to Xianyu mountain range to gather spirit grass? Then he's courting death. Looks like he's going to die before he can even wait for the monthly notice. In the Pill Pavilion's meeting room, the 9 elders were exceptionally excited. After hearing about Long Fei leaving Pill Pavilion Peak and entering the Xianyu mountain range, every one of them were incomparably happy. If you don't let Long Fei obtain the alchemy, then he has no way of obtaining the alchemy. This way, he can only go find the spirit grass himself, and if he wants to enter the Xianyu mountain range now, it must be known that the Xianyu mountain range is one of the 3 great forbidden mountain ranges. He definitely won't come out this time. Ha ha! Everyone laughed. They hated Long Fei more for killing them, hated him for trampling on their dignity, and said that they did not understand alchemy. Right now, Long Fei entering the Xianyu mountain range was basically no different from courting death. The leading Qinling said, "Regardless of whether or not Long Fei can come out of Xianyu mountain range, there is one thing that we can be sure of, and that is that he will not be able to complete the mission for the next 12 days. If he cannot, then his great elder of the Pill Pavilion will have to finish it. That's why we have to make our preparations. If he can't take out the monthly pellets, we can take them out. This way we can compete with him, who doesn't understand alchemy, who doesn't know alchemy. When the time comes, I must ruthlessly humiliate him." One of the elders spoke, "Old Man Qin, what pills are we refining that would cause the Xianyu sect to be unable to operate? It would let the entire sect know the importance of our Pill Pavilion." "Exactly. Now that the Elder E is dead, it's fine if we don't punish him. But since that bastard Long Fei is now a great elder of the Pill Pavilion, the entire sect is laughing at our Pill Pavilion." Several elders said angrily. Qinling said, "Long Fei is Long Fei, and Xianyu sect is the Xianyu sect. We have to be clear about one thing. We cannot let all the disciples of the sect not get access to the alchemy cultivation medicine. If not, the people of the Xianyu sect will disperse, and the people of the Xianyu sect will disperse. The Xianyu sect will be our home. 1 yard is 1 yard. Revenge is revenge. You still have to forge the pills." Even though Qinling hated Long Fei, she knew clearly that if their Pill Pavilion did not have alchemy, then there was no reason for them to exist. After all, this place had long since been his home after staying in the Xianyu sect for dozens of years. Qinling said, "Go and prepare. Now that Long Fei is not here, we can have a good alchemy in addition." He pondered for a moment. Qinling said, "Everyone, during the process of alchemy, let's carefully study the pill theories that Long Fei has spoken of. It might be helpful to us." Although he was unwilling to accept the result. But there must be a reason why Long Fei was able to defeat Yi Changfeng. No one was stupid. They also wanted to raise the alchemy technique up, although they disdained to say it, but in their hearts they wanted to learn Long Fei's alchemy technique. "What did you say? Eorong entered the Xianyu mountain range?" "Yes, she went in with Long Fei. From what I know, she didn't accept any sect missions. A Zhou family disciple. He would always remember the mission to enter the Xianyu sect." After listening for a moment, Zhou Yuan muttered, "Eorong being dismissed, this is most likely all part of Liuxian's arrangements, to let her out of her body to do something else. That thing might be in the Xianyu sect, but it's very likely to be somewhere in the Xianyu mountain range." Saying this, Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he said, "Heavenly Note, ask the great general to send people into the Xian Yu mountain range." "Yes, sir." In addition, Zhou Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Tell me about the seventh prince's situation. With Yi Changfeng dead, the seventh prince is now like a tortoise who has been withdrawn into its tortoise shell. He doesn't even dare to leave the door, for fear that Long Fei will take his life. This hedonistic prince must be used to his advantage. Ever since Yi Changfeng was killed, Zhao Etian hid in his living quarters with his tail between his legs. The key point was, he wanted to leave the Xianyu sect, but he couldn't. He was on tenterhooks every day, afraid that Long Fei would cause trouble for him. Miao Chong had not moved an inch away from her for the past few days. Even so, he was still worried. He continued to send out his bodyguards to call for reinforcements and investigate the situation in the capital. However, after leaving one by one, he became like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response. This made Zhao Etian even more afraid in his heart. "Yes, sir." One of the Zhou family disciples immediately walked out of his room and activated the Heavenly Note message. Heavenly Note sect. This was the special method of communication used in the army. Under normal circumstances, it was only used in times of emergency. He absolutely could not use it for himself. However, the Zhou family was the family that controlled an army of 1,000,000 people, and Zhou Yaozong was even a peak Zhen Wu realm powerhouse. However, the moment the Heavenly Note message was activated, Gui Qingshan's eyes trembled. Heavenly Note sect's message. "Zhou family." Miao Chong also quickly rushed over and said, "General, it's the sound wave from Sky Sound Transmission Technique." Others didn't know. However, the two of them were extremely familiar with the sound waves of the Heavenly Note message, because the Heavenly Note sect was developed by Gui Qingshan. Gui Qingshan said, "Does the Zhou family need to make a move?" Miao Chong said, "Could it be that the Zhou family has discovered something?" Gui Qingshan slightly said, "Could it be about the Xian Yu secret territory?" Miao Chong said, "I heard that there is a tomb of a true martial emperor below the Xian Yu secret territory. Is that true? Zhou family, the Zhao family must be here for this tomb, right?" Gui Qingshan shook his head. "I'm not sure yet, but the Xian Yu sect must have something that the Zhou and Zhao families coveted. What exactly is it?" Miao Chong asked, "Does sect master Yi not know?" Gui Qingshan said, "I asked him, but he doesn't know." And then, Gui Qingshan said, "Miao Chong, keep an eye on the seventh prince and also send people to observe the Zhou family's movements. If Zhou Yaozong personally makes a move, it means that the Zhou family must have made some huge discoveries, so you must immediately think of ways to control Zhou Yuan and the others. If it's any other Zhou family powerhouse, then we'll just wait and see." Miao Chong immediately said, "Okay, I will do it immediately." Eorong's every move was being monitored by the Zhou family. Similarly, had also spied on Zhou Yuan and the other Zhou family disciples. After Eorong, Long Fei and the others left the sect, Zhou Yuan immediately went to the task palace to accept a normal mission from the Xian Yu mountain range. Originally, it was a 1-star mission, but this time, more than 10 disciples from the Zhou family went out together. "Your Highness, I'll personally go this time. I'll definitely bring you good news," Miao Chong said heavily. Zhao Etian said, All right, you must see my mother and get him to send more powerhouse. I want to kill all of them." Miao Chong was startled for a moment and then said, "Okay." Miao Chong also left. He did not go to the southern palace, but followed Zhou Yuan and the others into the Xian Yu mountain range. "Long Fei," Eorong said, "up ahead is the Xian Yu mountain range. Everyone take a break. After entering the mountain range, listen to my instructions. You must not go down the wrong path." There were many demon beasts in the mountain, so normal demon beasts were easy to deal with. However, once they met abnormal Grade 7 rating monster and beasts, they would die for sure. Long Fei was secretly excited. It's time to level up. Chapter 23-29 Doesn't Listen? Fight in the Future. Chapter 23-29 Doesn't Listen? Fight in the Future. In Xianyu mountain range, Demon Beast ran rampant and was incomparably dangerous. However, Eyorong's deific consciousness could reach up to a few thousand meters, and could always ingeniously avoid these demon beasts. Not even a wild animal. Long Fei didn't gain any experience at all. He was truly depressed in his heart. He had come here to level up, but what about the EXP? We'll rest here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow morning. The five of them walked into the man-made cave. This cave was dug by those who ventured into the mountain range for the purpose of resting at night. He lit a bonfire. Xiao Dai, Thin Monkey, and the big-sized trio were surrounding the bonfire, organizing the spirit grass that they had collected today. Long Fei and Eyorong were standing guard outside the cave. Long Fei could not help but ask, "What are you looking for after entering the mountain this time?" Eyorong looked up at the stars in the sky and said indifferently, "Find something." Long Fei asked, "What is it?" Eyorong shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure either. I should be clear about it once we reach there." "You don't even know what these things are, yet you've come to such a dangerous mountain range to search for them? Are you kidding?" However, with Eyorong's cultivation, she had enough power to protect herself in this dangerous forest. She could completely avoid Demon Beast. Even if she met a powerful big Demon Beast, she could still escape. Finding something wasn't too hard. Seeing that Eyorong did not say anything, he did not pursue the matter further and asked, "Oh right, where are you from? How is the black scale carving doing? I haven't seen him for the past few days." Long Fei missed her a little. Eyorong slightly said, The injuries on its body have yet to heal." When she thought of the black scale carving, she immediately thought of her current self. Similarly, the injuries on her body had not healed yet as well. The Infinity Burning Sword's damage was too strong. The burning poison had penetrated deep into her bone marrow, and it was basically impossible to completely remove it. Unless there was some kind of Daluo gold pill, this kind of burning poison would accompany her for the rest of her life. Swallowing her cultivation. True Qi. He was continuously eating away at her. Long Fei asked, "Still not done yet?" Eyorong revealed a bitter smile. Its internal organs were all injured, displaced, and suffered extremely serious internal injuries. Right now, it can only barely suppress the pain in its body. Healing is too difficult. Even if it is cured, I'm afraid that it will never have the chance to break through again in this lifetime. There was a faint pain. Long Fei looked at Eyorong. He could feel that the wound on Eyorong's abdomen was still there, and the reason she was wearing such a tight suit was definitely because her abdomen was wrapped in a layer of bandage, causing her to tremble from the pain. He didn't have the ability to see the wound, but Long Fei could feel it. Long Fei said slightly, "Let me see it next time, I'll think of a way." "And you?" Eyorong was faintly moved, but she knew in her heart that there was no antidote for the infinite burning sword's poison, and that even the elders of the Ming clan could not do anything about it. No matter how powerful Long Fei was, he wouldn't be able to save her. However, Eyorong's heart felt warm. There was a man who cared about her. The two fell silent. Late at night, from afar, the roars and growls of Demon Beast constantly came. The nights were their domain. Demon Beasts were much more powerful than their daytime counterparts. Furthermore, most of them moved at night looking for food. As Long Fei listened to the Demon Beast's roars, his heart began to itch. Experience, these are all experience points. No way. I'm here to level up, I can't miss any chance. Immediately, Long Fei looked at Eyorong and said, "Go in the cave and rest. I'll keep watch." Eyorong said, "You should rest." Long Fei said, I told you to go in and rest before going back. Where did all this nonsense come from? I've slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and I simply can't sleep now. Go quickly. If you don't go, how am I going to level? Long Fei also muttered. Eorong said, What? Long Fei immediately said, I said, a woman cannot stay up late. If she stays up late, she will become ugly. Eorong rolled her eyes at Long Fei. Her divine sense had sensed it before, but there weren't any demon beast in this area, so there wouldn't be any danger. Rest well. I'll prepare breakfast for you tomorrow morning. Eorong walked into the cave. After half an hour, Long Fei was sure that she would not come out again. His figure flashed, and he leaped into the darkness, grinning sinisterly. This is my world now. The sky sword moved. A gash appeared on his arm, and blood began to flow out, and the smell of blood began to spread in all directions. Demon Beast was extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. The human blood made them even more excited. Under normal circumstances, Demon Beast would be able to smell the scent of blood from a few kilometers away, but after Long Fei spat out a bit of fresh blood, all the Demon Beast within a radius of 10 kilometers started to throb. It was as if a gale had suddenly blown out of a calm lake. All of them were completely excited. It charged madly in Long Fei's direction, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble. Rumble. All of a sudden, Demon Beast from all directions rushed over. They were stimulated by the smell of Long Fei's blood. As Long Fei heard the footsteps from all directions, he muttered, Damn, this daddy's blood is that strong? Only a powerful blood vein's power could cause so many demon beasts to go crazy. Demon beasts' reaction towards blood was tens of thousands of times more sensitive than humans. They could differentiate between the blood and the blood because the blood was that of gifted vein and the strength that blood vein possessed was great. Long Fei had just spat out blood, but it did not even stop for half a second before the demon beast roared. What was his blood vein? And then he sucked the blood from his arm and said, Let's find a chance and see what kind of blood vein we are. His expression shook. Holding the sky sword in his hand, Long Fei swept his gaze across the area, stared at a certain spot and said, You want to eat this daddy's meat, right? I will let you all die first. The sky sword moved. Long Fei quickly charged forward, looking at the incoming 3-rate monster and beast. Phantom sword dance. Kill. Boom. The powerful force of the sword move was released, and with 3 sword strikes, the 3-rate monster and beast was directly killed. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing 3-rate monster and beast for obtaining 1900 experience. True Chi knows 80 points. Arrogant God energy value 1 point. Aren't you too inexperienced? It would be better to kill than to do so. Very bitter. Of course, not all demon beasts could have as much experience as elixir experts. Continue. Long Fei yearned to level up. Be it in a game or the current Zhen Wu continent, level was everything. Especially the Zhen Wu continent. There was nothing here that couldn't be worn, so the level was even more important. Body refinement, blood refinement, chi refinement, essence condensation, elixir, essence refinement, spirit refinement, arrogant form, large accomplishment, and finally the final Zhen Wu realm. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. The more powerful one was. Long Fei needed to level up. If possible, he wanted to level up directly to the Zhen Wu realm. He no longer had to be afraid of Eorong. Then he would be able to ruthlessly crush her. Powerful women have strong charisma, but Long Fei still wished for her to be gentle, at least in front of him. Not obedient? Strong on me. Chapter 2330 Foodies. Chapter 2330 Foodies, Kill. Long Fei continued to conjure sword move. He did not defend at all, but he used all his strength to fight. Had also unleashed the moves of the phantom sword dance to its limit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the sword cheese overlapped and exploded out. Wave after wave of power exploded crazily. The three demon beasts were blocked by this heavy sword chi, countless sword wounds appeared all over their bodies, and the bloody grooves on their heads quickly bottomed out. Ding! 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 The system beeped crazily. He didn't have much experience, but he could use the amount to replenish it. There were indeed a lot of experience amongst the experts in the Golden Protector level, but it would be too difficult for Long Fei to kill him without using the Wild God's power or the power of the Sky Code. After all, his current level was still only escalated blood stage. Roar! Another demon beast rushed forward. There were many demon beasts around, but they did not decrease because of the killing. Beside Long Fei was a pile of corpses of demon beast. The blood was flowing all over the ground, the smell of blood was drifting far away, and even more demon beasts were lured over, however. The most important part was the blood on Long Fei's wound. His blood was the biggest shock to those demon beasts. It was all because of his blood rushing over like crazy. Long Fei did not notice. His blood vein. This was definitely not ordinary. Kill. Long Fei let out a heavy roar, and once again charged forward. Every time he killed or dodged, every time he used his sword or made a move, Long Fei felt as if he had been through 100 battles. This definitely wasn't an experience gained from the game. It must be something else. In the real world, it was not that simple. Every time he had to dodge a danger, he had to rely on his experience and the ability to react in the face of death. This was not something that could be found in a game, but he could do it easily. When he combined the images in the dream, Long Fei suspected that he had experienced something. It was just that he had forgotten it now, and it existed in his subconscious mind. Roar! A 4-rating monster and beasts pounced forward, with a wave of its hands, it struck towards the back of Long Fei's head. The 4th stage demon beast was several times stronger than the 3rd stage demon beast. Its speed and strength were both very violent. Normal escalated blood stage warriors had no way of dodging it. However, in that instant when his life was hanging by a thread, Long Fei seemed to have predicted it. His body suddenly sank, he suddenly rolled, and jumped 3 meters away, jumping with both legs. Shwa! Its body moved like lightning, the sky sword shone with a bit of strange light. Phantom sword dance. Sword chi. Swish. Dozens of sword chis shot out. With the sky sword's buff, the sword chi was exceptionally sharp. The 2 streams of sword chi instantly destroyed the stage 4 demon beast. The system sounded out a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 9th level of blood refinement. Who? He had leveled up. Long Fei exhaled excitedly, his gaze sweeping across. Continue. You said that he went alone to hunt demon beast? And, facing so many rank 3 demon beast, you are not the least bit inferior? They were all killed? In the distance, on a small mountain slope, several black-clothed warriors silently stood at the side. Warrior. Warrior in the army. Moreover, his cultivation wasn't low. Their chests were embroidered with the word Zhou. It was a member of the Zhou family. The leader was a man who looked like a monk. The man laughed with interest. Abandoning the demon beast in the middle of the night? Since it's not a cultivation technique, what is he trying to do? And all of the surrounding demon beasts have been attracted by him. What method did this guy use to attract so many demon beasts? Interesting, interesting, ha ha ha. The Confucian scholar faintly smiled and said, Don't worry about him for now. Keep your distance and closely monitor him, focusing all your attention on Yi Yorong. That kid is just a waste of escalated blood stage. Yes, sir. The 2 black warriors disappeared on the spot. The Confucian scholar looked at the forest in the distance. You ran to the Xianyu mountain range to hunt demon beast? Either this person has nothing to do after eating, or his brain is filled with water. What a fool! Early morning. Long Fei changed into a set of clean clothes. Yesterday, his clothes were completely stained with blood. If Eorong and the others were to see it, they would definitely ask him about it, and Long Fei would be too lazy to accept it. The result from the night, 1.5 times. He still had 15% left to level up. It smells so good. The big bloke sniffed with his nose, swallowed his saliva and said, "It must be the boss's barbecue." Roast meat! Thin Monkey immediately jumped up and rushed out. Xiao Dai's face was also full of excitement. "I haven't eaten for a long time. Sister E, hurry up. If you're late, there won't be any more." Eorong disdained. "Is it that delicious?" She wasn't hungry. With her current cultivation level, she did not need to eat anything. After a simple comb, Eorong walked out of the cave. She had slept soundly last night, and had not slept so deeply for a very long time. However, she woke up once when the sky was still dark, and didn't find Long Fei outside the cave. "Sister E, hurry up. If I'm too slow, there won't be anything left. The two of you, eat more slowly, leave some for the Sister E." Xiao Dai shouted. The big size man and Thin Monkey could be said to be wolfing down their food like reincarnated hungry ghosts, almost swallowing their own tongue in. Long Fei tore off a piece of meat that was fragrant in all directions and walked over to Eorong's side. "Eat some, replenish some strength." Eorong took the meat but did not care about it. In her opinion, there was nothing in this world that could move her. With her current cultivation, she could eat anything if she wanted to, so she asked, "Where did you go last night?" Long Fei was startled. He thought to himself, "Damn, could she be sleeping with her eyes open? I've always been right outside the cave." Eorong said, "Impossible, you weren't even outside the cave this morning." Long Fei's heart relaxed and said, "Didn't I say last night that I would make you breakfast? Eat quickly, it will taste worse if it gets cold." Eorong looked at Long Fei, her instincts telling her that Long Fei was lying. He took a bite of the barbecue and started chewing on it slowly. Suddenly, Eorong's eyes flashed with a sharp light at that moment. Her taste buds seemed to explode. With a fierce bite, he tore off a large piece of roasted meat. He began to chew. The oil was sizzling and it wasn't greasy at all. The burning fragrance was everywhere, and the meat was filled with his mouth. It gave people a sense of happiness, a very fulfilling feeling. Delicious! Eorong was moved. He immediately changed into a hungry wolf without caring about his image of a lady, wolfing down his food. He directly walked to the edge of the grill, and glared at Thin Monkey and the Big Size Man. Thin Monkey and the Big Size Man immediately retreated. Eorong occupied the entire grill and started to eat ferociously. Chapter 2331, A Big Guy. Chapter 2331, A Big Guy. Eorong was very strong. Eating was just as strong. Thin Monkey and the Big Guy were sucking on their fingers, looking at Eorong through their saliva. The two of them were stunned and did not dare to take half a step forward, almost picking up the bones on the ground to gnaw on. After a rich barbecue breakfast, the five of them continued deeper into the Xian Yu mountain range. The deeper one went, the denser the thistles and thorns were, the higher the cliffs and the bottomless chasms. There were dangers everywhere. Xiao Dai and the other two continued to gather spirit grasses. Eorong's divine sense led the way, so Long Fei was in charge of security. Noon. Eorong left for a period of time by herself. When she returned, she carried a demon beast that was several 100 kilograms in weight and threw it in front of Long Fei, saying, "I want to eat barbecue." Xiao Dai also said, "I want to eat too." The Big Size Man and Thin Monkey also looked at Long Fei affectionately. Long Fei said, "Aren't you eating enough this morning? It's only been a few hours and you're already hungry?" Eorong said in an overbearing manner, "Are you roasting it?" His eyes were cold and sinister. It was as if he was saying, If you don't want to roast, I'll roast you. Long Fei said. Baked okay? A group of foodies. Why are all the people I meet foodie? Huh. The people I met. Why would I say that? I obviously haven't met anyone yet. Long Fei scratched his head. He was a little doubtful, but he didn't think much of it. The cracks in the memory seal. An hour later, the grill smelled of burning incense. Eorong started to eat wildly again. Long Fei said, It's really strange, even after eating so much your stomach still doesn't seem to grow. Where the hell did you eat? Eorong said, Does that matter to you? Her current cultivation could maintain her figure no matter how much she ate. How many women don't like beauty? Even if she was Zhaoguo's #1 beauty, Eorong still cared a lot about her figure. It was just that the allure of the delicious food was too strong. After eating an entire piece of thigh, Eorong looked at Long Fei with satisfaction and said, In the future, if I keep you by my side as my chef, it's not a bad choice. Long Fei said, Do you know where the most beautiful place is? Eorong asked, Where? Long Fei rolled his eyes at her. Your imagination is truly beautiful. Eorong said, Are you courting death? Long Fei secretly clenched his fists and said, Sooner or later, I will surpass you, and I will fiercely suppress you under my body, and I will. Not waiting for him to finish, Eorong suddenly appeared beside Long Fei. With a move of his fingers, he grabbed onto the flesh of Long Fei's arm and twisted it. Ah! Long Fei screamed out. It was so painful that she wanted to jump up. I was wrong, sis, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Eorong said, You know your wrongs? Long Fei quickly nodded his head, but in his heart, he suddenly became ruthless. Wait, give me a little more time. This father will definitely surpass you. Let's see what you can use to crush me with. Too embarrassing. Eorong glared and said, Wrong, hurry up and roast more meat to apologize to me. I'm not full yet. Long Fei grilled the meat bitterly again. He really regretted giving them the barbecue now. He had become their slave. Thin Monkey and the big-sized man laughed secretly. Long Fei immediately roared, What are you laughing at? From today onwards, the two of you are not allowed to eat the slightest bit of roasted meat. With your current cultivations, eating raw meat and drinking the blood essence of demon beast will make your breakthrough easier. Huh. Boss, don't. Boss, is that true? Will eating the raw meat and blood of demon beast break through faster? The big bloke got excited. As long as he could break through quickly, he would be able to eat anything. Eorong also asked curiously, Is the reason why you have been making such a quick breakthrough all this time because you swallowed the blood essence of the great 7 rating monster and beasts? Xiao Dai looked at Long Fei and asked curiously, Really? Eorong kept thinking about the secret behind Long Fei's breakthrough. No one could break through so quickly. She hadn't. Even the perverted genius of the Zhao family, Zhao Haotian, had never come. In just a few short days, he had yet to grasp the strength of an entire realm. How could he possibly achieve a breakthrough? It was too unbelievable. Long Fei was also startled. According to his memories, he should know nothing about cultivation, so how did he know that consuming the blood essence of a demon beast would help him break through faster? All of a sudden, Long Fei couldn't say it either, because he didn't know why he would say such a thing. Facing the curious eyes of Eorong and his wife, and also to cover up the system, Long Fei said, That's right, it's that colorful lizard blood essence that allowed me to quickly break through. Eorong slightly said, I was wondering why you suddenly became so fast. Thin Monkey and the big-sized guy immediately became excited. Seeing that there was still half of the raw meat left, they immediately went up and swallowed it. It was a stage 4 demon beast. Although he had already been dead for over an hour, his blood essence was still hiding a rich and vigorous true essence energy. The flesh, blood and bones of demon beast contained a powerful energy. The process of their growth was much slower than humans. 4 rating monster and beasts would take tens of years to cultivate, and it was also because of this that the blood essence and energy in their bodies became thicker. I feel it. I feel it too. Boss, you're really too amazing. You even found out about this sort of training method. Ha ha ha. I feel like I can now break through the escalated blood stage. Thin Monkey was excited. Long Fei was startled, he thought to himself. Damn, I am just speaking casually, is it that magical? But how would I know that? This is too strange. Eorong stepped forward and dripped a bit of the demon beast's blood on his finger, then placed it into his mouth and sucked it up. He slowly said, Essence blood indeed contains a rich amount of true essence. The demon beast's blood essence is not something that a human can cultivate at full time. If one is unable to endure it, there will be backlash. Long Fei coughed and said, Did the two of you hear that? Be well controlled. Cultivate properly. There are still a few more months to the God's Sect gathering. If you want to join the God's Sect gathering, you have to give me a life or death cultivation. I'll reward whoever who breaks through to the Qi refining stage first. The golden holy body that Long Fei had gotten from the green-furred gold-ranked zombie last time was still useless. Since you want to participate in the God's Sect gathering, then you must win. The golden holy body was absolutely domineering. When the Thin Monkey and the big-size man heard that, they became excited. We can also join the God's Sect gathering? Long Fei said. That depends on how good your cultivations are when it comes to it. The two of them looked as if they were on stimulant. We will definitely do our best to cultivate. Eorong's few words caused the two Thin Monkey to be extremely excited as they looked at Long Fei. The leadership of this man was just too strong, it made them want to approach him. Another day passed. Eorong gently lied under a bush, pointed at a dark valley in the distance, and said in a low voice, The destination is just ahead. However, there's a big guy guarding the valley. This demon beast is very strong. In another place, General, I found it. Chapter 2332 Cheap Shot, Heavily Injured. Chapter 2332 Cheap Shot, Heavily injured. Just as Eorong and the rest stopped, so did the Zhou family. Moreover, the people of the Zhou family also discovered that there was a big fellow in the valley. Great 7-rating monster and beasts. It might even be more than that. General, what do we do now? The monk laughed lightly. There's no rush, let's see how Eorong will handle this. I have always been curious about her true cultivation, Elixir S and Peak Realm. I don't believe it. Let her lead the way, we'll wait and see. In addition, send people to keep an eye out. I don't want our operation to be exposed. The monk ordered. The Zhou family mission this time was extremely confidential. It was not to hide it from the Xianyu sect, but from the Zhao family. Yes, sir. A few black warriors disappeared from where they were, their cultivation was not weak, and their qi was concealed because of the clothes they were wearing. Otherwise, with Eorong's spiritual sense, they would have definitely been discovered. There's a big guy? How old? Long Fei was suddenly a little excited. What did it mean to be big? A boss-level demon beast, why don't you just kill it? Moreover, he still had a little bit of experience left before he could break through to the qi refining stage. It would be great if he could use this boss to level up. Eorong lowered his voice and said, Above the great 7-rating monster and beasts, I have to wait until I see the specific rank of the demon beast before I can be sure. But it should at least be at the 7th level. How strange. This place has already been here before. Why would there be a big demon beast guarding this place? Could it be? Eorong locked his eyebrows and did not continue speaking. Long Fei did not bother about him either. His mind was only filled with the boss, it was all berserk. As for what her quest was, Long Fei had tossed it to the back of his mind. He was someone who would not be able to move at all when he saw a boss. It was even more exciting than meeting a beautiful woman. Just as Eorong was still thinking of a way to deal with the situation, Xiao Dai walked over and said softly, "Sister E, what's wrong?" Eorong said, "There is a big guy guarding the valley in front, and there are a lot of high-level demon beasts around." Thin Monkey stood up. Eorong immediately said, "Don't stand up, squat down." Thin Monkey pointed at Long Fei, who had already jumped into the forest, and said, "About that, boss is already gone." Huh! Eorong looked to her side, but Long Fei was already gone. She was stunned for a moment. Crap. Immediately. Eorong immediately said, "Xiao Dai, the three of you wait here, I will bring him back." She was too engrossed in her thoughts just now, so she didn't pay attention to Long Fei for a moment. He already said that there was a big guy in front, yet Long Fei still charged forward? Isn't this courting death? The great 7 rating monster and beasts S were hard to deal with even if it were the Golden Protector level's powerhouse S. Moreover, the person inside could possibly exceed level 7. Once he reached rank 8 or even rank 9, even she might not be able to deal with it. Other than that, there were many level 4, 5, and even level 6 demon beasts lurking outside the valley. These demon beast S alone were enough to fend off an army. It was no different from courting death. Before he finished speaking, Eorong's body leaped, and like a dragonfly touching the water lightly, he quickly caught up. "Boss! I'm coming!" "Ha ha!" Long Fei laughed. His aura also quickly spread out. At this moment, the entire valley shook violently. It was like a mountain was moving. It was also at this moment the demon beast that was lurking outside the valley suddenly opened their eyes. A roar. A demon beast-like creature suddenly rushed out and landed in front of Long Fei. A savage aura emanated from his entire body. 2 eyes were locked onto Long Fei. Long Fei also quickly stopped, his eyebrows tightened. 5-level monster? Woo woo woo. Roar. His throat released waves after waves of roars. His body sank down, and suddenly pounced towards Long Fei, producing waves after waves of wind sound. Extreme speed. Long Fei immediately took out his sky sword. The blade glowed with a strange light. At the 3rd level, he did not place the 4 rating monster and beasts in his eyes, but he did not dare to lower his guard. It had greatly exceeded the limits of his realm, and he could only rely on the strength of the sky sword. Shwa! The demon beast pounced over, causing Long Fei's eyebrows to tighten, his feet moving in the air. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and with a move of the strange light on the sky sword, Long Fei was completely guided by the sky sword. A sword stabbed out. A whoa! Long Fei slashed across the demon beast's abdomen, and the sky sword drew a large hole on the demon beast's abdomen. Fresh blood gushed out and his internal organs flowed all over the ground. The demon beast was crazily eating its internal organs as if it wanted to swallow them up. The sky sword's power is too sharp. Although the previous move did not have any sword moves, the sky sword had brought him to a perfect conclusion when it came to controlling it with the sword. Instantly, he found the demon beast's weakness. A sword to cut open the stomach. While he's sick, I want his life. Long Fei will not let go of any chance, even if the demon beast is about to die. He will not let it go. He quickly rushed forward and continuously struck a few times. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing 5-level monster 4 obtaining 50,000 experience, True Chi X6, 000, Arrogant God Energy Value X2. Ha ha! The experience of 5-level monster is great. If I had this kind of experience, wouldn't leveling up be like flying? Was excited. Level 3 4 rating monster and beasts only had a few thousand points, but a 5-level monster was equivalent to 50,000 points. More than 10 times. It just didn't explode. Long Fei muttered and said unhappily. At this moment, in the forest, Eorong rushed out, immediately shouting out, "Be careful!" Long Fei was startled. He looked at the ground, only to see the shadow of a huge fellow slowly rising up behind him, like a huge mountain. Long Fei's heart sank. Crap. It's over. At this moment, no matter how fast he reacted, it was too late. His mind tightened. All of his power was protecting his heart meridian. Bam! A series of sonic booms sounded in the air, and a palm attack was launched towards Yi Shiwen. Long Fei clenched his teeth. Eorong had also raised his speed to its limit, but her distance was too far, she simply did not have time. Looking at the monster behind Long Fei, her heart shrank in anxiety, and she was extremely worried. The Xian Yu underworld wheel was also instantly summoned. Boom! With a palm strike landing on Long Fei's body, Long Fei's entire body shot out explosively in a straight line, hitting the waist of a towering tree, breaking it in half. Long Fei exploded out again. After colliding with the huge tree, the tree snapped again. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded out. A total of 6 towering trees burst apart. Long Fei crashed into a thick piece of rock and stopped himself from exploding onto the ground. All over his body were wounds. Blood gushed out. His heart meridian had been protected, but Long Fei's expression sank. My fresh blood. This is bad. Chapter 2333 Monster Army. Chapter 2333 Monster Army Blood. Long Fei's blood essence. A drop of his blood could make any demon beast within several kilometers excited. Now, his entire body was covered in wounds. The wounds did not stop bleeding, and large amounts of blood flowed out from them. What did this mean? This meant that all the demon beasts within 10 or even hundreds of kilometers would be excited and rush here crazily. He did not know why his blood could have such a function, and he did not have the time to think about what exactly was in his blood. His head was trembling non-stop and his entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Intense pain. The bones were broken. Looking at his own health point, Long Fei cursed in his heart. Fuck! He only had 30 health point left. If that guy's strength had increased even further, then he would already be a dead man. However, with the system, as long as there was a little bit of health point, Long Fei did not need to worry. He took out a handful of the life bestowal pellets that he had refined and put them into his mouth. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Gudong. Dozens of pills being consumed at the same time was something that Long Fei would never do if someone else was taking them all at once. The pill's spirit energy was too great. He would not be able to endure if he took too many of them all at once. Moreover, who would have thought that he was so rich? It was as if he didn't need any money to eat the pill as food. Health point plus 100, health point plus 100, health point plus 100. After half a minute, half of his health point had recovered, and the pain on Long Fei's body had lessened by quite a bit. If I don't kill you, I am not called Long Fei. Bam! Halfway out, Long Fei quickly dashed forward. At this time, all of the demon beasts outside the valley were awakened by Long Fei's fresh blood. Their dark green eyes turned blood red, and not only that, all of the demon beasts within 10 kilometers of Long Fei rushed over. Outside the valley, the sounds of demon beasts' footsteps kept ringing. Rumble! Rumble! For a time, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Their surroundings turned into a battlefield of demon beasts. Eorong kept releasing her divine sense. Hearing that many demon beasts were around, her expression secretly changed, and her heart relaxed a little when she saw Long Fei rushing over full of energy. Without waiting for Long Fei to rush towards the demon beast, she immediately blocked him and said, "We cannot stay here any longer, let's go." "What the heck? Ambushing Laozi, if we don't kill him, Laozi won't be happy." He was almost killed. How could Long Fei feel good about it? Moreover, the guy in front of him was at least level 6 demon beast. 5-level monster had 50,000 experience points, then wouldn't that mean that they had more than 100,000 experience points at level 6? It might even drop something. How could he leave? Long Fei would never leave. However, without waiting for him to rush up, Eorong's figure moved, grabbing onto Long Fei's abdomen. He leaped up and flew 10 meters away. Eorong said, "All of the surrounding demon beasts have awoken. If we continue to fight, we will all die here. Even if you aren't thinking for yourself, you should at least think for Xiao Dai and the others, right?" Long Fei's heart trembled. Eorong consecutively leaped in a few breaths. He had already traveled several hundred meters away, but it was just that. She was getting closer and closer to his forehead. Logically speaking, he should be able to jump out of the sensed range of those demon beasts, but those demon beasts did not seem to be disoriented at all. They were all not far behind him. Eorong didn't know. However, Long Fei knew clearly in his heart that it was because of his blood essence. Immediately, Long Fei said, "Let's go our way, you go to Sister Xiao Dai's side, I'll go this way." Eorong was a little worried. Long Fei replied, "Don't worry, I won't take Sister Xiao Dai's life as a joke, I won't take brother's life as a joke." Eorong looked at Long Fei, but at this moment she wanted to ask, "Then what about me?" He just didn't ask. However, Long Fei looked at her and gently smiled, then said, "Even more so, you won't take my woman's life as a joke." Finished. Long Fei was afraid that Eorong would pinch his arm again, hence he quickly leaped and sprinted forward. Eorong controlled himself, but he still could not help but reveal a sweet smile, turned around and quickly charged out. Long Fei roared out, "Grandsons, all of you are here to chase Grandpa." He squeezed out a wound and blood gushed out once more. Immediately, the demon beast's eyes lit up with a red light. Each of them were like monsters in a state of blood anger, rushing straight at Long Fei like crazy, as though they did not care about their lives. Long Fei's heart tensed up. What exactly is my blood hiding? I have to appraise it when I get the chance. He didn't understand. Why did his blood make the demon beast so excited? It was like eating Viagra. It doesn't make sense. Boom, boom, boom. A large group of demon beasts rushed towards Long Fei. The demon beasts that were chasing after Eorong could be said to only have a few third-stage demon beasts, while hundreds of high-stage demon beasts were chasing after Long Fei. Eorong also frowned. Crap. At this time, Xiao Dai and the others also ran over and asked, "Sister E, what happened? Where's Along? Why didn't he come back with you?" Eorong clenched his fists tightly and said, "Don't leave. Shua." Eorong jumped into the forest once again and said anxiously, "Don't let anything happen to you, don't let anything happen to you." She didn't know why all the demon beast had chased after Long Fei, but she was secretly moved in her heart, because she felt that Long Fei was protecting her. Women, especially a strong woman like Eorong, she was especially touched. But she wouldn't show it. Hearing the demon beast roaring not far away, Eorong started to worry even more. However, she didn't expect that. Long Fei ran for a few kilometers and arrived at an empty area. He stopped running and looked at the demon beast that were rushing over after taking the aphrodisiac. Long Fei became excited and said, "These demon beasts can at least let me level up 2 levels. F***CK. He's a madman." The reason why they separated was not to protect Eorong. It was because he wanted to level up. Where can we find these high-level demon beasts? Long Fei really wanted to level up and break through too much. Now that he had lured these demon beasts to the side, he no longer had to worry about the safety of Eorong and the others. Long Fei held onto the sky sword tightly and said, "Brother, I'll have to rely on you. Let alone 5-level monster, even 4-rating monster and beasts would find it hard to deal with escalated blood stage F. With the sky sword here, Long Fei was not afraid. This rusted sword could create miracles. Boom! Boom! One by one, the demon beasts descended and surrounded Long Fei. They all had ferocious expressions, as if they wanted to swallow Long Fei whole. In that instant, roar! A demon beast let out a roar and pounced forward first. In that instant, Long Fei's gaze tensed up, the sky sword moved, and quickly charged, phantom sword dance. The sword chi moved. The sky sword shone with a strange light. One sword and one slay. It directly killed the demon beast. However, in this instant the demon beast on Long Fei's left and right rushed forward, and fiercely crashed into Long Fei's body. Blood spurted out. Chapter 23-34 Great Techniques, Absorbing Skill. Chapter 23-34 Great Techniques, Absorbing Skill. Both were demon beast in a berserk state. Long Fei was heavily injured. After killing a demon beast, he himself was also sent flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out, however. He had no intention of stopping. He crawled up from the ground, grabbed a handful of medicinal pills and gulped them down. His health point had recovered quite a bit. Fortunately, I have refined quite a few pills. Otherwise, I would really have died here. Again. He dashed out once more. Phantom sword dance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk it was another few slashes, and every time, he would release his full strength. Moreover, no matter if Long Fei was fighting or killing demon beast, he had a special characteristic, which was that if he locked on to one, he would beat it to death. It wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. Ding! The system sounded out. Long Fei didn't care and rushed forward again. After a few rounds, 7 or 8 demon beasts died. Long Fei was also seriously injured. One of their ribs was broken, and 2 more bloody holes appeared on his shoulder. The demon beast that was even further away was still rushing over. The number of demon beast did not decrease at all. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Long Fei panted heavily, looked at the surrounding demon beast, holding the sky sword tightly in his hand. He muttered, "More or less." Buzz! Suddenly, the sky sword let out a hum. Huff! Long Fei was breathing, and the sky sword seemed to be breathing as well. The long sword fell. Long Fei's expression turned sinister. He moved as fast as lightning, his gaze sweeping across the entire area. "All of you will die." There were too many of them. Furthermore, it was still increasing, and Long Fei was unable to hold on. However, he had been waiting this entire time. When the demon beast were the most concentrated, and the most concentrated because he wanted the enlargement stroke. Sky Code. Shadow Shifter. Phantom images stacked together. 1, 2, 3, 4. Countless figures stretched out from Long Fei's body. His figure was like a stream of light, constantly moving and shuttling through the group of demon beasts. Those demon beasts could not react in time either. It was also at this time Long Fei's true chi value crazily decreased. The use of Sky Sword consumed too much of the true chi and mental energy. It was fortunate that Long Fei had swallowed the zombie core, allowing him to wield the endless true chi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand this move. Bring it on. Explode for me. Schwa! The illusions moved and unceasingly returned to Long Fei's body. From the time they appeared to their return, it had only been a few seconds, and those demon beasts could not react at all. This was a sword technique from the Sky Sword. It was also the power of the first stage of the Sky Sword. The third strongest sword in the universal large world, his strength. It was hard to imagine. When the last afterimage returned to Long Fei's body, Long Fei's forehead twitched. Walala! 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 In an instant the entire arena was drenched in blood, and those demon beasts all fell onto the ground in a flash, several fatal sword wounds appearing on their bodies. Hundreds of demon beasts fell to the ground in an instant. The 4-rating monster and beasts was also good. Level 5 was good too. Even the level 6 demon beast was instantly destroyed. The scene was like a bloody hell. It was a complete mess. At the same time, Long Fei was also feeling extremely good because at this moment it was as if his eardrums were about to explode, and the system beeps were crazily blowing up. Ding! Ding! Ding ding ding! His experience points was going wild. The value of the true chi was also quickly increasing. His arrogant god energy value also reached its maximum capacity of 100 points at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level, Chi Refining Level 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Chi Refining Level 2. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a special reward. The reward item Absorbing Skill plus 10. Do you wish to cultivate it? As soon as he finished, Long Fei was stunned. He did not know how to react. What is it? Absorbing Skill? The ultimate move of tribulation? Holy sh*t. System, you are awesome, f*ck. Long Fei was so excited that he was at a loss for words. This was a hero skill in a game. It was a high-leveled skill. He released a powerful skill that locked onto a person, causing an extremely strong amount of damage. Moreover, as long as he killed someone with a powerful technique, he would be able to increase his attack power. This was the most perverted part of a high-leveled skill. Once used well, the attack would frantically overlay each other, becoming more and more ferocious. Absorbing Skill plus 10? What is plus 10? Long Fei was suspicious. He could not wait any longer and immediately replied, Cultivate! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for training Absorbing Skill plus 10. Skill Path. Absorbing Skill plus 10 rank. Heaven Stage Level 9 Consumption. 10,000 True Chi S cooldown. 12 hours. Description. Upon using this skill, you will receive 10 damage. Description 2. Every strike and kill can swallow up 10% of one's cultivation, and the cultivation will be converted into experience. Ha ha ha. It's going to be released this time. He's definitely going to be sent out. Furthermore, he was even able to transform the opponent's cultivation into experience when he kills them. This is too awesome. If I were to kill a powerhouse with Zhen Wu realm, other than obtaining his own experience, I would also be able to gain 10% of his experience from the transformation. Long Fei was boiling. Awesome! Having risen 2 levels in a row, he had also acquired a major move. The charm of the system was to show off. After Long Fei leveled up, the injuries on his body had completely recovered. His wounds healed and his blood stopped flowing out. In that moment, the demon beast that had rushed over lost Long Fei's presence and did not rush over again. At this time, Eorong stood there dumbly. She had seen everything just now. That sword! She couldn't even understand a godlike existence. Was this a sword skill that a escalated blood stage cultivator could unleash? A sword with hundreds of slays. Eorong's mind felt a little numb. She simply couldn't do it, completely impossible. Looking at the excited Long Fei who had a silly smile on his face, she asked herself in her heart, what kind of person is he really? Not only did killing so many demon beasts in an instant, his own aura also mutated, changing from escalated blood stage to chi refining, which also meant that he broke through in that instant. He couldn't figure it out, but he couldn't understand it. Eorong walked forward woodenly and said, how did you do it just now? In the beginning, Long Fei did not notice Eorong, but looking at her shocked expression, he guessed that she had seen it. He's so handsome, isn't he? Actually, Long Fei himself never thought that the power of the Sky Code would actually exceed his expectations. Eorong muttered, handsome can you teach me? She longed to become strong. It was a desire that was stronger than anyone else's. Last time when she fought with Zhao Wuji, she couldn't even take a single blow. If she had cultivated this technique of Long Fei's, maybe. Eorong looked at Long Fei with blazing eyes. Long Fei said, "Do you want to learn?" Eorong nodded. Long Fei said, "Agree to one condition of mine." Eorong said, "Go ahead." Long Fei said, "Be my girlfriend." Eorong frowned. Long Fei felt that she was about to go berserk and immediately said, "I am just," not waiting for him to finish. However, to Eorong's surprise, he replied, "All right." Long Fei was stunned. Without waiting for him to think any further, from another place, a cry for help came from Xiao Dai, along. "Thank you for your support." Chapter 23:35. Who's the trash now? Chapter 23:35. Who's the trash now? With no time to think, Long Fei jumped into the forest, like a vigorous and angry leopard. He quickly rushed out. Eorong was a little taken aback. Her face flushed red where she was, and her heartbeat sped up. It was something she had agreed to just now, but when she thought about what she had just said, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Eorong, oh Eorong, are you in heat? He really wanted to become stronger and cultivate Long Fei's sword moves? Or she was in love? However, Long Fei always had a very special aura that attracted her. That feeling of mysteriousness, that feeling of unfathomable power, and that feeling of security that was at all times filled to the brim, was able to captivate any woman. Seeing Long Fei rushing into the forest, Eorong also quickly reacted. He spread out his spiritual sense, and his heart faintly trembled. "It's not a demon beast? Someone is following us?" Eorong's expression changed as he increased his speed. "Shout louder, maybe they didn't hear you." A black warrior with a blade on his neck. Xiao Dai never let out a single scream from the beginning. Because she didn't want Long Fei to worry about her. Thin Monkey and the big-sized guy's faces and nose were bruised and swollen. "Shout!" Black Warrior roared. Thin Monkey said solemnly, "When Boss comes back, he will definitely take your life." Black Warrior laughed coldly. "Oh? Is that so? A waste of escalated blood stage could actually take a person's life? I'm really looking forward to it." Xiao Dai asked, "Who are you?" The Black Warrior said, "Who we are is not important. What's important is why did you drag it out and not enter the valley? What are you doing?" Xiao Dai said, "How do you know we are going to enter the valley? Who exactly are you?" Black Warrior said, "Don't ask so much, hurry up and call Eorong back. Otherwise." While speaking, the man's face revealed an evil lewd smile, and sized Xiao Dai's body up, the lewd smile growing even wider. The big guy shouted, "If you dare touch Big Sis, I'll fight you to the death. Fight your mother." Bam! The punch landed, and the big guy was knocked onto the ground. He didn't wait for him to get up. He just stepped on him and pushed him into the mud. "A piece of trash like you wants to fight me? You overestimate yourself." One of the Black Warriors stepped on the big guy tightly. His face had a disdainful sneer on it. In their eyes, the big guy, Thin Monkey, was just a piece of trash. Big Buster and the others were too low-leveled. There was no room for resistance at all. And here, the cultivation of these Black Warriors and their killing intent and decisiveness were all overwhelming them. "Let go! Let him go!" the Thin Monkey roared. However, in the next second, like the big-size man, he was also stepped on by another Black Warrior. "Big brother, it would be better to kill these two pieces of trash. They are of no use at all." "Exactly. Trash like this is a waste of the resources in this world. If it were me, I would have committed suicide long ago. With this body, with such low-level talent and potential, what am I going to cultivate? Trash!" The two black-clothed men said that the Thin Monkey and the big-size man were worthless. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the duo clenched their fists tightly and gritted their teeth so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Indeed, with their inherent skills, their potential were all very ordinary. If not for Long Fei, they wouldn't have been able to enter the Xianyu sect. However, they want to be strong. He wanted to be as strong as Long Fei, so that he could follow beside Long Fei at all times. But no matter how hard they trained, their rate of improvement was too slow. They were completely unable to keep up with the rhythm of others. This was the effect of innate talent. He hated himself for not being strong enough. Their hearts were bitter and bitter. This kind of pain was much more painful than the physical pain they were currently experiencing. Trash. You say that my brother is trash? Then what the F*** are you? In that instant, he shouted out loudly. Several black warriors slightly shivered. The sky. A warrior looked at the sky and shouted. A person in mid-air dove down with his sword. The warrior beside the big-sized guy snorted disdainfully, "Your brother is trash, and so is you." While they were talking, his body slightly moved, the blade in his hand moved, and an intense true qi appeared on the blade. The true qi ignited. His eyes lowered as they locked onto Long Fei, who was in mid-air, and he slashed down. Die. The blade qi moved. It came at him head-on. It did not have any fancy tricks, and was neat and tidy. It was just an incredibly thick blade qi slashing down. Let alone a escalated blood stage warrior, even a qi refining stage cultivator would cut such a blade into two halves. It was too sharp. It was filled with the decisiveness of a battle on the battlefield. If one could kill him with one slash, he would definitely not use the second move. The blade qi was very fierce. Long Fei did not try to dodge it. The sword qi raged. Streams of sword qi, visible to the naked eye, shot down. He just didn't submit. It was tough. Do I have to be afraid of you? The blade qi and the sword qi interweaved, and waves of explosions sounded out in the air. The black warrior's gaze tensed up. Useless thing, can you still block this move of mine? Then I'll let you. He didn't wait for him to finish. Long Fei's figure suddenly changed. It disappeared. It suddenly disappeared like a god. In a flash. Shwa! Long Fei descended, landing behind the black warrior. A thin scar appeared on the black warrior's forehead, which continued to extend outwards. Long Fei said sinisterly, "You call that trash?" Bam! Black warrior's body suddenly exploded, splitting into two. Fresh blood spurted out. The scene was incomparably savage. The eyes of the surrounding black warriors all changed. Third brother! Third brother! Damn thing actually killed our third brother! I want your life! Another black warrior moved his big blade, and his body sank. A unique killing intent burst out. His blade technique was calm and domineering. The comparison came quickly. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. He looked at the thin monkey on the ground, his heart surging with killing intent. "Those who touch my brother, die." Shwa! He took a step forward, phantom sword dance. Without waiting for the black warrior to get close, Long Fei slashed 10 times in the air consecutively. Ha ha! Just this kind of sword technique? You can't even hurt me with one move. The black warrior attacked, a slash of his domineering strength slashing towards the top of Long Fei's head. Long Fei's eyes darkened, his killing intent surged, sword qi. Without waiting for his mountain-splitting knife to fall, the sword qi rushed out like a flood and crashed into the warrior's chest. The sword qi raged, madly slicing at his body. The gash on the top of his head also instantly disappeared. Bam! His body exploded and he died. Long Fei pointed, "Next." The table of contents. Table of contents. In less than a minute, he had killed 2 people in succession. Moreover, it was all a head-on clash of strength, moves, and the murderous aura he was exuding. Complete victory. The remaining 3 black warriors all had gloomy expressions. Is he really a escalated blood stage? That's not right. The aura on his body is no longer escalated blood stage. He has reached the qi refining stage. This. Yesterday, they were still escalated blood stage, and today they broke through? The three black warriors communicated with each other. One of them shouted, "So what if you are in the chi refining stage? Kill OL304, we must avenge ourselves." The leader of the men in black immediately said, "Don't be rash." He immediately said, "Kid, if you dare to move again, she will die immediately." With a movement of his two fingers, he directly grabbed onto Xiao Dai's neck. The joints of Xiao Dai's throat made a few gurgling sounds, his breathing hastened, and his complexion couldn't help but become pale. Xiao Dai said with great difficulty, "Along, don't worry about me." Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he clenched his fists and said, "You better let him go, otherwise you will die a miserable death." "Humph! If you dare to even move, I'll break the inside of her head. Come on, let's see who's faster." Black Warrior was absolutely confident that he would succeed compared to Long Fei. Moreover, he also had absolute confidence that Long Fei wouldn't dare to make a move. Long Fei's eyes darkened, he did not move. Black Warrior laughed coldly and said, "Very arrogant? He killed 2 of my brothers in a row." Long Fei continued to stay silent. Black Warrior was a little proud and said, "You can't be arrogant, right? Kneel down now." Long Fei was waiting. Black Warrior shouted, "I told you to kneel down and listen? If you don't kneel down now, you'll kill him immediately." As soon as he finished, he still held Xiao Dai up in the air. Xiao Dai was no longer able to breathe. "Kneel!" Black Warrior shouted. Long Fei bowed slightly. The 3 Black Warriors thought that Long Fei was going to kneel down and give in, and the 2 immediately walked forward. As Long Fei kneeled down, they would immediately attack him ruthlessly. The 5 of them were all together in a life-and-death situation. Although they all had different surnames, they were all as close to each other as brothers. He had to take revenge. However, they did not expect that the moment Long Fei's body slightly bowed, Long Fei fiercely roared, "Kneel before your 18 generations of clan leaders." Ding! True Chi value plus 100 points. Enough! Long Fei had been waiting for the True Chi to recover its value. He needed 10,000 True Chi points. In an instant, the True Chi's value had risen to 10,000 points. At the same time, Long Fei moved his idea, absorbing skill. Shua! Long Fei's figure disappeared. Eorong rushed over, seeing that Long Fei's voice had suddenly disappeared. His eyes darkened. "Long Fei, be careful of Xiao Dai." Xiao Dai was already in a strangled position. If he used even a little bit of strength, he would probably die. Long Fei was being too reckless at this time. How would he explain it to Gui Qingshan if anything happened to him? Too impulsive. Impulse? That was because Eorong did not understand Long Fei. To Long Fei, Xiao Dai held an even heavier position in his heart than Eorong did, because the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai taught him cultivation technique. Xiao Dai took care of him and cooked for him. Xiao Dai helped him prevent Yi Changfeng from closing the secret world. Long Fei was extremely grateful in his heart. No matter what, Long Fei would never take Xiao Dai's life as a joke. In this kind of situation, if it was the past, he definitely wouldn't do it recklessly, but now, forbidden, profound mysteries. This was Tribulation's most powerful skill, and it also dealt 10 levels of damage. This was enough. Long Fei's figure disappeared, causing everyone to look around in shock. Where is he? Where is he? Why did it suddenly disappear? It was too strange. Suddenly gone. Then, the Black Warrior who had grabbed Xiao Dai immediately shouted, "Brat, putting on a show? Come out, or else she'll die right now." Not waiting for him to finish, a Black Shadow Warrior pointed at him and said, "Big brother, why do you have a black X on you?" Another Black Warrior also asked in shock, "What is that?" He looked at himself and could also see that there was a big black X shape on his body. He didn't feel any discomfort at all. What is this? He didn't understand either. There was no pain in his body, only a feeling of being imprisoned, but it was just a feeling, nothing special. "What are you doing?" Black Warrior disdained. Half a second later, Long Fei's figure reappeared once again. He did not look at the Black Warrior because now the man was a dead man to him. He looked at Xiao Dai and said, "Sis, close your eyes. It'll be fine in a moment." Xiao Dai did as he was told. With the black X still on his body, Black Warrior angrily shouted, "You dog, I told you to kneel down." Before he could finish his words, Long Fei coldly said one word, "Die." The black X suddenly retracted, as if 4 long swords had pierced into its body. Shua! The Black Warrior simply didn't have time to react. Zhang Xian was taken aback. In the next moment, his body was split into 4 parts. Blood spurted out from his wounds, and his eyes were widened in fury. Even in death, his eyes were still open. He didn't even know how he died. In that instant, a bright red number floated above the man's head. 100,000. Damage from 100,000 points. Instant kill. Moreover, this was no longer under the condition of plus 10 damage. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Black Warrior for obtaining 180,000 experience, 1,800 true chi points, 3 wild god points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining extra 10% of Black Warrior's cultivation. Would you like to convert it into experience points? This was the absorbing skill. Anyone who used it to kill will be able to absorb 10% of their cultivation, and if these cultivation were converted into experience, it would give Long Fei the experience needed to level up. Long Fei's heart was moved. Transform. Ding! System notification. Experience points plus 800,000 points. Oh! 1/10 of his cultivation is equivalent to 100,000 points experience? Awesome! This skill is too awesome. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 2nd grade Refining Chi Realm. With the 800,000 experience added on, Long Fei instantly broke through. Strength, defense, all these attributes had been increased by quite a bit. This feeling was simply too satisfying. However, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They looked dumbstruck at the 4-section body on the ground, completely stupefied, because they did not know how Black Warrior died. Even Eorong was stunned. Just now, when he witnessed Long Fei's miraculous sword technique, he had killed hundreds of demon beasts in an instant. Now, Long Fei displayed another move that he had never seen before. It was an instant kill and was extremely sharp, to the point he did not even know how the dead died. Isn't this man too fierce? Chapter 2337, I Swear with My Life. Chapter 2337, I swear with my life he didn't even know how he died. The remaining 2 Black Warriors' eyes were in a daze, they slowly trembled, their legs had begun to soften, in their eyes, Long Fei was not a human anymore. Gudong! Ghost, ghost, ghost! He's a ghost! The remaining 2 Black Warriors were completely insane. After 3 consecutive moves, they had killed people in an instant. Furthermore, each of their moves were sharper than the last. Especially the last move. It was extremely strange. The 2 of them seemed to have gone crazy as they escaped. However, Long Fei had said that those who touched his brother would die. Long Fei would definitely not show any mercy when killing someone, even if he wanted to escape, he would die. He quickly made his moves. Ah! Ah! 2 miserable shrieks sounded in the forest. 2 notifications sounded. His experience points had increased yet again, but the cooldown time of the absorbing skill was quite high. Otherwise, it would be too great of a waste to use it to kill people. Long Fei returned to the scene. Xiao Dai immediately stepped forward and asked, "Along, are you all right?" Long Fei shook his head and said, "It's fine, we have been targeted. Yorong. Now you should talk about what you're looking for, right?" These people were obviously staring at them. To kill Long Fei? Impossible. It was true that some of Yi Chongfeng's forces were outside the sect, but once he died, those forces of his collapsed instantly, so it was impossible for him to come to Long Fei's side. Since they weren't here to look for him, that was another reason. Eorong. The task of her eating was not simple. Moreover, Eorong never revealed the purpose of this mission. Xiao Dai could not help but ask, "Big Sister Xiao Dai, what is your mission?" Thin Monkey and the big-size man swallowed the cure pill medicine, and the two started meditating. Eorong locked the space between his brows. Long Fei said straightforwardly, "It's fine if you don't want to say it, but I won't risk going with you. If we didn't rush there in time, they would have." Long Fei didn't care. But he could not take Xiao Dai's life as a joke. Xiao Dai looked at Long Fei. Eorong hesitated before saying, "Ming Yu." "What?" Long Fei did not understand. "What is Ming Yu? I've never heard of it." Xiao Dai was also very suspicious. Eorong explained, "Ming Yu is a sacred object of the Ming clan. It can absorb the energy of all the undead, and can also absorb the energy from corpses. But it is too dangerous and evil, and it has always been placed in the Xian Yu mountain range. My goal this time is to get it back." Long Fei looked at Eorong and said, "For the netherworm in the Xian Yu secret territory?" He didn't need to think to know. There must have been someone who had entered the second floor, but they had failed and returned. It could also be that the evil creatures inside were too strong to deal with. This allowed Eorong to find Mingyu and use it to summon, absorb, or use it for other purposes. In short, it was all for the body of the netherworm in the tomb. Eorong did not speak, but nodded. Long Fei asked again, "Did anyone go down there?" Eorong nodded his head again and said, "Yes, just as you said, the monsters below are too strong." Long Fei said, "I've already told you, without absolute confidence you can't go down, why don't you listen?" The green-haired golden-bodied zombies on the first level were almost unable to deal with them. If they did not combine with the dark unicorn, then the monsters on the second floor would be even more powerful than they were before. This was the basic rule in the game. However, some people couldn't wait. Eorong did not say anything. Although she had kept on telling Elder Ming that it was too dangerous inside, she did not stop him because Elder Ming's body was too important to the Ming clan. Once all of them were fused, he might be able to unleash the inheritance that he had obtained in the ancient world. With the return of the first-rank powerhouse of the primordial gold ranking, the Ming clan would definitely rise again. This was the goal that the Ming clan had been striving for the past 1 trillion years. The more time passed, the weaker the Ming clan became, and they couldn't wait any longer. Long Fei looked at the Black Warrior again and asked, "Do you know who they are?" Eorong said, "If they are not from the Zhou family, then they should be from the Zhao family." Long Fei was slightly relieved. "So you're saying, you already knew that the reason the Zhou and Zhao families entered the Xian Yu sect was for the flesh of the netherworm?" Eorong nodded his head. "They only know that there is a treasure hidden in the Xian Yu sect. As for what it is, they have not found it yet. I was given to the Crown Prince by Yi Chongfeng. I'm engaged." The reason the Xian Yu sects were conferred the title of Gua tribe was also because the Zhao family wanted to gradually invade and devour the Xian Yu sects. Xiao Dai was startled by what he heard. This was like a novel. Huff! Long Fei looked at Eorong and said, "Why are you here? Your clansmen should have quite a few powerhouses. Why are you here? Clan members?" It was very obvious that Long Fei had guessed that Eorong was someone from the Ming clan. This was also very normal. Otherwise, the Xian Yu secret territory would not have appeared here. Eorong did not hide anything and said, "Because I am a gifted soul of Underworld, and only I can control Mingyu." Gifted soul of Underworld? Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. Xiao Dai cried out in alarm, and said, Sister Yi, so you really are a gifted soul of underworld, you're just too powerful. In Yi Yorong's eyes, there was no arrogance like that of a gifted soul of underworld, but there was instead a hint of bitterness. She would rather be an ordinary person because her fate, her mission, her responsibility gave her too many things she couldn't do. He couldn't even marry anyone. From the moment she had awakened her dark phoenix blood vein, all she had left was to cultivate and become stronger. She had been like this for 20 years. However, now she had met Long Fei. Her heart had changed. Huff! Long Fei exhaled and asked, Is Mingyu very important to you? Xiao Dai immediately said, Along, shall we help Sister Yi? Right now, there was still a big fellow in the valley. If she entered the valley alone, she would definitely be in danger. Eorong said, I never thought that I would be targeted, and that there would be a big demon beast in the valley. The valley is very big, and I can only sense one big demon beast. Could there be other demon beast? No one knew. Eorong was the same. Eorong really needed help. She looked at Long Fei and asked, Can you help me? Long Fei looked at her. Eorong's eyes began to moisten, and he said, Help me. Xiao Dai said, Along, help Sister Yi. This was the first time in so many years that she had cried, Help me, I'm going to die soon. Woo woo woo. He cried so hard that his heart almost burst out of his chest. It was as if he was going to collapse at any moment. Eorong began to cry. Long Fei's heart ached. He never thought that such a strong woman like Eorong would cry, and cry like a little kid. She said she was dying? Long Fei looked at her and said, I will accompany you. No matter what happens, I will accompany you. I swear on my life. Chapter 23:38, Entering the Valley. Chapter 23:38, Entering the Valley. How could Long Fei let the woman he fancied die? How could he die before the quest was activated? There were still many things that he hadn't done yet, so how could he die? The most important thing was, she was Long Fei's woman. Just with this, even if the King of Hell's life and death was removed from his name, Long Fei would kill his way into the underworld and kill the King of Hell. In short, with me here, I won't let you die. However, the poison in her body had already slowly corroded her bone marrow. Even if her physique was different from ordinary people and she was a gifted soul of underworld, she still wouldn't be able to resist the poison from the limitless burning sword. Rumors. The limitless burning sword was a treasure bestowed to the Zhao family by the gods' tribe. It was Zhen Wu continent's #1 divine weapon. It was truly too powerful. It would not be easy for him to remove the poison from it. Eorong wiped away her tears and said, Really? Will you really help me? Long Fei nodded. Eorong said again, Are you really willing to teach me that move? Long Fei nodded again. She was facing a crying woman, and it was a very beautiful woman at that, especially her breasts. Long Fei really could not resist it. Eorong stretched out her pinky. Pull the hook. Long Fei smiled and said, I will definitely do as I say. Even though she said that, she still hooked her fingers around Eorong's little finger, and then, Pull the hook, hang him, don't change for 100 years. Long Fei agreed. According to the normal pattern, it should be, Who's the dog? But what Eorong said was different. There was a flash of light. Whoever changes will become young. Impotence. Long Fei was stupefied on the spot. Eorong burst out laughing. He. Remember that vow you made. If you can't do it, then below you. That's for sure. Xiao Dai, Thin Monkey, and the big-sized man were also shocked. Isn't this too treacherous? Long Fei was instantly speechless. Eorong chuckled. I was just lying to you, the wounds on my body have already healed. Do I still need you to save me? However, I am truly a little touched if you swear it with your life. He. As a man, you have to keep your word. You said it before, you would help me get Mingyu. Eorong snickered. Long Fei looked at her. 1 second he was crying, the next he was smiling sinisterly. This woman's face was 100 times faster than flipping a book. Xiao Dai said, Sister E, aren't you being too treacherous? You scared me, and you even need Along's help. You don't need to do this, Along will definitely help you. Indeed. No matter what, Long Fei would help Eorong. Xiao Dai knew clearly in his heart. Similarly, Eorong was very clear about this in his heart. However, she did this to make Long Fei dislike her, and also to remind him to keep his distance. She was the Dark Phoenix, her mission, the Ming clan would not allow her to marry anyone. Also, the wound on Eorong's abdomen had not recovered at all, it had sunk deep into her bone marrow, it was hard for her to break through cultivation, she did not know how much longer she could continue. She could only do this so that Long Fei wouldn't worry about her. Her face was full of smiles, but her heart was bitter. The first time he saw Eorong using his perspective to look through his body and saw the wound on her abdomen, he had not paid much attention to it in the past, but now that he thought about it, it was definitely not a simple injury. Long Fei said, Let's enter the valley. Eorong immediately said, That's right, no matter if it's the Zhou and Zhao families, we all have to move a step ahead of them, before they can react. Eorong was also a little worried. Mingyu, the sacred artifact of the Ming clan. Not only that, once this thing was discovered, the Ming clan would immediately expose it. One must know that for more than 10 billion years, the powerhouse of God's tribe had been chasing after the Ming clan clansmen all the time. Once found, the consequences would be unthinkable. Eorong stood up. Long Fei looked at Xiao Dai and said, Sis, you guys hide. Xiao Dai stared blankly. She wanted to follow him, but she was afraid of implicating Long Fei, so she said, We will stand guard at the entrance of the valley and watch out for you guys. Thin Monkey said, Boss, don't worry. This time we'll be a bit careful. Eorong took out 3 medicinal pellets and said, This is a hidden pellet. If you take it, even the powerhouse S of the arrogant form state will not be able to sense the aura on your body. Long Fei reminded. You must be careful, if you discover that something is wrong, immediately retreat, understand? The 3 of them nodded their heads. Long Fei and Eorong also quickly jumped out and headed towards the mountain valley. Trash! Who asked you to make the decision on your own? The monk was very angry. He didn't give the order to touch Long Fei at all. However, a black warrior said, General, they also want Eorong and the others to quickly enter the valley. They also want to help you out. Without waiting for him to finish, the Confucian scholar fiercely said, What do they know? The surrounding people all went silent, not daring to make a sound. The Confucian scholar's body exuded a very threatening aura. After a long time, the scholar let out a heavy breath and said, The 5 brothers all died in the hands of a single person? Black warrior replied, Yes. The Confucian scholar slightly said, Eorong's cultivation is truly not to be looked down upon. This girl is naturally blessed, her blood vein talent is exceptionally strong, so it's reasonable that the 5 of them are not her match. The black warrior said, General, it wasn't Eorong who attacked you, it was that youth called Long Fei. Everyone only used one move. The Confucian scholar's eyes darkened and said, Impossible. No matter how strong the escalated blood stage is, it's impossible for it to be a match for the qi refining stage. Furthermore, these 5 people are experienced in battle, even experts of the essence condensation realm are not a match for them. A mere escalated blood stage cannot hurt them at all. The warrior said, There's a brother who saw it with his own eyes, that brat's every move was different, and he even had a strange movement in his shadows, there's no such thing as before, the 5 of them were split apart, the method was extremely cruel, someone from the Xianyu sect said that he is a person from the magic tribe, maybe he really is someone from the magic tribe. Magic tribe? The Confucian scholar shook his head and said, the Xianyu sect cannot recruit people from the magic tribe. This brat is only a bit ruthless, but whoever kills my crow, even if you have 9 lives, you still have to die. His words were laced with a thick killing intent. All the black warrior he brought out were his personal guards, the Black Crow group. The 5 of them were killed. Anger boiled in the crow's heart, and its murderous intent stirred. At this moment, a black warrior hurriedly ran back and said, reporting to the general, 2 people have entered the valley. One of the warrior raised his eyes. There are many big demon beasts in the valley. Have they thought of a way to deal with them? No rush, the crow replied. We've already located the item. All we need to do now is wait. They'll definitely come out. At the mouth of the valley, Eorong lowered his voice and said, there's a great 7-rating monster and beasts up ahead. Chapter 2339 All Bosses, Exhilarated. Chapter 2339 All Bosses, Exhilarated. Great 7-rating monster and beasts were incomparably savage. Even Powerhouse of the Elixir Realm did not dare to recklessly offend him. Eorong frowned and muttered to himself, it's just as I expected, there's more than one great demon beast in this valley. How strange! Why would there be so many demon beasts in a single valley? As the saying goes, a mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Great 7-rating monster and beasts were not common, and there were not many in the entire Xianyu mountain range. They were all overlords with their own territory that did not infringe on each other. If another great demon beast appeared in the territory, it would be a life-and-death struggle. This was unprecedented. Long Fei lowered his voice and asked, is there a solution to this? Eorong said in a low voice, according to the location Elder Ming gave me, I should be in the depths of the valley. Let me think of a way. Unable to bypass it? Hearing this, Long Fei immediately became excited. He was waiting for Eorong to say these words. It would be too much of a waste if he could get away with it. These great 7-rating monster and beasts were all piles of experience. Moreover, great 7-rating monster and beasts were all bosses, and each one of them had a boss aura. Then again, what cultivation did Eorong have? Had always used her before, but this time, why not make full use of her? Just when Eorong was thinking of a way, Long Fei suddenly rushed out and pointed at a demon beast that was covered in blood and roared, Grandson, grandfather is here, come and bite me. Eorong was stunned. What are you trying to do? Long Fei chuckled and said, in the past you always used me, but now, can't I use you? Eorong's eyes turned cold, the chill in his eyes was oppressing, and he asked, what did you say? Long Fei immediately said, since we cannot go around it, then we can only kill our way through. Quickly, quickly, that big demon beast has already charged over, quickly help me, or else I will die. Long Fei revealed a look of fear. 7-rating monster and beasts were extremely savage and sharp. Eorong also did not dare to take Long Fei's life as a joke, and the first thing he did was to rush out and say, you move to the side. Long Fei immediately retreated to the side and said, as you command, my wife. Eorong rolled his eyes at him. With a wave of his right hand, the Xianyu underworld wheel was summoned. Boom, boom, boom. After a few consecutive moves, that great 7-rating monster and beasts lost its temper. Email protected. At Long Fei, who was at the side, could see everything clearly. This woman is truly powerful, seems like I still have some distance to go. Just as the demon beast screamed in pain, Long Fei quickly went up and stabbed it with his sword. Eorong bellowed, are you crazy? Long Fei laughed and said, old wife, you should rest now, I'll do it. Taking advantage of his illness, Long Fei liked to do things that took his life the most. Facing the great demon beast that was screaming in pain, Long Fei attacked violently. The blood on top of his head quickly drained, and then the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Thorny Demon 4, obtaining 50,000 experience points, 49,000 true chi points, and 10 arrogant god energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Thorny Demon's blood. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Thorny Demon inner pellet. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Piercing Sword. The system beeped out a series of notifications. Long Fei was secretly pleased. Ha ha. This sword is an Earth-rank treasure, it's sharp, small, and light. If you give this sword to Sister Xiao Dai, she will definitely like it. Looking at Long Fei's secretly pleased expression, Eorong said, "You're not allowed to be like this in the future, it's too dangerous for you to do this, your cultivation is still very low after all." Long Fei regained his senses and said, "Thank you for your concern, my wife. I will take care of myself. Let's continue." Without waiting for Eorong's reply, Long Fei ran out. This valley was full of great 7-rating monster and beasts. There were no demon beast below level 7. To Long Fei, this was simply a heaven for bosses. Just like when the monsters attacked, all the bosses came. This feeling was simply one word: great. It's here, it's here. My dear wife, you're here. Rumble. Bang. With a loud noise, an incomparably large stone demon beast rushed out. It clasped its hands together and hacked towards Long Fei's head. Eorong seized the opportunity and leapt into the air. The Xianyu underworld wheel erupted with a sharp power and smashed downwards. Looking at the damage numbers that floated above the stone demon beast's head, Long Fei could not help but praise, "Beautiful." At the same time, Long Fei did not run away but continued to ridicule. "Grandson, come and hit Grandpa. Pull aggro. Let the demon beast attack him as much as possible, and create an output environment for Eorong." Attack after attack, after 10 minutes or so, the blood groove of the great 7-rating monster and beasts quickly bottomed up again. Long Fei seized the opportunity and the sky sword fiercely slashed at it. Boom! As its gigantic body collapsed, the system sounded out a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Rock Giant Demon 4, obtaining 510,000 experience points, 50,000 true chi points, and 10 arrogant god energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Rock Demon Essence Blood. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Rock Demon Core. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Rock Demon Fist Gloves. Ha ha ha! It exploded again, it exploded again. It feels so good. It was rare to see equipment being dropped continuously. A boss is a boss. The ones that drop are different. Long Fei had killed hundreds of demon beasts in the past few days, but not a single one of them came out, which caused him to explode twice in a row. Long Fei said, "Continue." He then ran into the depths of the valley. Eorong did not stop her. She discovered that it was extremely easy to work together with Long Fei. The demon beast would not even attack her once. She only found out today that she could actually kill demon beasts like this. It was too simple. Eorong had a deeper understanding of Long Fei. How much does this man know? Actually, it was not because of Eorong's high DPS, but because Long Fei had pulled the aggro of the demon beast well. This was one of the most basic operations in the game in his previous life. If he could not even do this, then Long Fei would just be a *T professional player. Not long later, Long Fei shouted loudly, "Coming, coming! It's too big demon beast this time. Same old rules. I'll carry it. You just need to be in charge of attacking," Long Fei reminded him. At the same time, Long Fei also wanted to experience Eorong's true strength. How strong was this woman? I have to be prepared. He quickly made his move. Half an hour later. Ding! Ding! The system sounded out once again. Long Fei was extremely happy in his heart. Ha ha. Something dropped again. This time, I'm going to post it. Chapter 2340 Great Demon Beast. Chapter 2340 Great Demon Beast 7 Rating Monster and Beasts Boss Level. Naturally, the drop rate was high. Adding on the Sky Sword's luck stat, every one of them dropped a piece of equipment. To Long Fei. The more equipment the better, even if Xiao Dai and the others don't need it, he could use it to exchange for them. One must know that the things in the system merchant shop are extremely powerful. Holy artifact? These are pediatric. There were even resurrection pills, universal Dan, invisibility cloak, perspective talisman, wall-piercing talisman, all sorts of strange things could be found. As long as you have enough trading points, nothing will be a problem. However, all of these were not what Long Fei wanted. What he wanted was something else, an unsealing technique. 73 divine level space ring were floating in his system space, and these rings were hiding countless treasures, but Long Fei could only look, but couldn't take it out. Every time he leveled up, Long Fei would check if there was anything he could take out. However, other than the elixir from before, he did not take out anything else. This was too infuriating. According to his understanding, if he wanted to take out everything from these space ring, even if he were to level up to level 10,000, there was still another way to take it out, undoing the rank restriction on the ring. As long as he could break the seal, nothing would be a problem. 73 space ring S. The treasures inside were piled into a mountain. As long as one opened up a ring in the seal, Long Fei would receive it. Kill, kill, kill. Wife, can you be a bit fiercer? You're too weak. Long Fei endured the damage. Eorong's eyes darkened. He stared straight at Long Fei and said, "Try saying that I am weak? Do you believe that you can leave immediately?" Long Fei said, "Give it a try. Do you believe that I'll take my leave first?" At a time like this, Long Fei was not afraid of Eorong. Moreover, he had absolute confidence that he could instantly jump out of the big demon beast's range of attack. As long as he jumped out, the big demon beast would crazily charge towards Eorong. Eorong said angrily, "Just you wait, when we get back to Xianyu sect, I'll take care of you." Long Fei laughed. "You want to take care of me? A normal disciple like you wants to deal with the great elder of the Pill Pavilion? You don't want to stay here anymore, right?" Eorong also laughed, replying to the great elder of the Pill Pavilion. "I see how you, the great elder of the Pill Pavilion, will be able to take it when the monthly pills are not available." Long Fei did not take heart. "Don't worry, Big Brother has plenty of methods. He's here." Rumble. Long Fei's expression tensed up. He was busy boasting, and was almost overturned by the demon beast. He realized that the demon beast was becoming stronger and stronger, and was still only halfway there. How strong were the demon beast inside? I don't know. However, Long Fei was very excited. "Go Eorong, kill it!" Summoning Pikachu S was normal. Being angry was one thing, but Eorong immediately rushed up, as the Xianyu underworld wheel interrupted the demon beast's attack. The two of them teamed up once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 3rd grade of Refining Qi. Another level up. Another land level treasure appeared in the midst of the space ring. Long Fei was ecstatic. After half a day, Long Fei and Eorong finally entered the depths of the valley. To be exact, he did not see a single demon beast. Eorong also felt that it was strange. The valley was abnormally calm. The sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers wafted in the air. The little creek was crystal clear and peaceful, without any kind of danger to be discerned. Eorong said, "This place is like a paradise, it is too abnormal." Long Fei asked, "Did the elders in your clan not explain what kind of place this is?" Eorong shook his head. "No, he just explained the location." Long Fei said, Be careful, the more dangerous a place like this is, the more hidden it is. He didn't dare to lower his guard. The outer perimeter of the valley was incomparably savage, but once one entered the depths, it was as though they had entered a completely different world. Eorong nodded his head, his consciousness continuing to spread out, carefully going forward. The two of them proceeded slowly. They continued all the way until the deepest part of the valley, where there was a huge rock cliff. Looking up, the sky above the rock looked like a sharp sword stuck in the ground, unreachable. Even flying beasts might not be able to fly up there. Cliffs on both sides. This place. There was no cave. Then where is the Ming clan holy artifact, Mingyu? Long Fei looked around and could not help but ask, where is the Mingyu you mentioned? There doesn't seem to be any formation seal here. Eorong was also puzzled and thought, could it be that I walked into the wrong place? This is the place that Elder Ming was talking about. But Mingyu was an evil, uncontrollable holy object. It could not be so peaceful where it appeared. There must be a problem. But then, Eorong was unable to sense what was wrong with the place. Looking at the surroundings of the deep valley, he couldn't find any clues. Long Fei looked at the sharp walls of the cave, which was as smooth as a mirror, and muttered, "Is this cliff really so bright and clean?" Walking forward, his right hand lightly touched the floor. The moment his arm touched the cliff, a strong force directly sucked him into the cliff, and he didn't even have time to speak. He couldn't control it at all. Long Fei suddenly disappeared. Eorong rushed up anxiously, looked at the cliff and shouted, "Long Fei, Long Fei!" Anxiety could be seen in his eyes. And at this moment, Eorong took a step forward, and his body was instantly sucked into the cliff. On the other side, the dark chaos world seemed to be quite muddle-headed and blurry. His line of sight was less than 10 meters. It was like a world of heavy smog. What is this place? Secret world. Long Fei's heart tightened, the idea moved and spread out. It could not feel any ends, and could not sense any auras. Even if there was something in front of him, his level would not be able to sense it. Eorong rushed in and shouted loudly, "Long Fei!" No response. The place she and Long Fei were in was completely different. However, Eorong's consciousness slightly moved and her face suddenly turned ashen, level 8 demon beast moreover. His body is flashing with the Ming clan's mark. These demon beast. It's all under the control of Ming Yu's evil power. This is bad. Long Fei. Eorong shouted out loud, "Long Fei, be careful, these are all level 8 nether beasts." Long Fei couldn't hear her at all. There was a power that completely isolated the world he was in. However, after Long Fei entered this chaotic world, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his left arm. It was very strange, but it had never happened before. The sting was a small place. It seemed like there was a burning sensation under his skin. Why is that? Long Fei did not think much into it and slowly walked forward until he saw a huge pillar. What is this? A stone pillar? That's not right. Why is there a thick layer of fur on this pillar? In that instant, Long Fei's eyes jolted and he quickly retreated. What the F*******K? Super Demon Beast. Chapter 23:41 Transformers has arrived. Chapter 23:41 Transformers has arrived just when Long Fei had subconsciously felt that the big pillar of hair growing in front of him was the leg of a demon beast. A deep green golden light shone down from above his head like a searchlight. Her eyes carried an extremely violent and intimidating aura as she instantly suppressed and bound Long Fei. Long Fei was also stunned on the spot. In that second, his face revealed extreme shock as he said in a low voice, "Damn! This is too big, isn't it? Just like ants and elephants." Long Fei felt that he was just an ant. Gudong. After swallowing a bit of saliva, the sky sword emitted a strange light and extinguished the pressure. Long Fei didn't even think twice as he instantly retreated. Even if he was a madman that went crazy every time he saw a boss, the super boss in front of him was completely beyond what he could handle. Fighting against it? This was a dead end. How can there be such a huge demon beast in this world? Is the world crazy? Moreover, what does it mean to have two eyes glowing with a ghostly green light? What the hell is this place? Long Fei muttered in his heart. This fellow. If he could kill it, how much experience would he have? F***ck. Long Fei, oh Long Fei, at this time, can you wake up a little? This demon beast will really die. Long Fei said to himself ruthlessly in his heart. Honestly, Long Fei really wanted to do it just once. However, right now, his fairy from heaven was cooling, the Sky Sword Sky Code was cooling, and the big move absorbing skill that he had just obtained was cooling as well. The only thing he had right now was arrogant god energy value. But what was the use? Based on his current cultivation, even if he brought out the peak of his arrogant god energy value, he still wouldn't be his match. In the game, he was only a level 1 newbie, but he had to face a level 100 boss. How could he kill it? Stop dreaming. As he sprinted, he would occasionally look back. Sigh. What a pity. What a pity. If I could have killed him, I would have been able to fly. Long Fei turned his head to see that the big fellow had not caught up to him. Furthermore, the searchlight in the air had disappeared as well. Maybe it's because I'm too small. He didn't notice me. Huff. It really is F***king dangerous. Long Fei exhaled a long breath, his mind still thinking about how to kill this super boss. Just when he was feeling happy. Rumble. 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 Explosions were heard from all directions. An incomparably loud sound rang out. Long Fei trembled. What is that sound? For a moment, he was unable to pinpoint the correct location. The only thing he could do was to hear explosions in the surroundings, just like the sound of space shattering. Boom. 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 Layer upon layer of ruptures. Suddenly, Long Fei raised his eyes, his pupils constricting as he cursed out loudly, F***ck. Just now, Long Fei had escaped the demon beast's enmity, range because of him. After all, he had been rushing forward with all his might just now and had even used up all his strength. Judging by the speed, it should have at least been a few kilometers in half a minute, right? However, this fellow caught up with a single kick. How big was this body? Long Fei didn't have time to think. He immediately placed the colorful lizard shield on his body to increase his HP. At the same time, the sky sword stabbed onto the ground and with a forceful push, Long Fei quickly flew out. Rumble! The huge palm descended. The ground was covered with sand and rocks, and strong winds raged. Long Fei was barely able to dodge the kick, but he was sent tumbling to the ground by the shockwave. His entire body was covered in mud, his face was covered in dust, and he looked extremely miserable. F***ck. The rage in his heart exploded. Long Fei looked at the thick sky. Don't go too far. Without waiting for Long Fei to finish. Rumble! Another heavy stomp landed, but Long Fei was still unable to release his rage. He continuously rolled on the ground, trying his best to avoid this kick. Not waiting for him to stop. Boom! Another kick. Boom! Another kick. Boom! Another kick. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It seemed as if the ground would split open at any moment. Long Fei was completely tricked. He rolled over here, then over there. He did not even have time to stand up, his entire body rolling around on the ground. This is too much. The anger in Long Fei's heart burned hotter and hotter. However, that demon beast did not seem to have enough fun. It continued to trample down. This is bullying. Long Fei bellowed. He dodged to the side, the look in his eyes turned sinister, his eyes bloodshot, and said, God damn it, forcing me to make a move, right? Shwa! His body spun in midair. The sword pierced into his leg that was as thick as a stone pillar, but Long Fei did not stop there. Shwa! They flew up along the demon beast's thighs, climbing a few meters at a time, using the sword as a fulcrum. I'll see what you are today. Boom! Boom! Long Fei continuously climbed upwards, and after a dozen consecutive attempts, he finally reached the abdomen and was once again astonished. This guy is too big. The shock in his heart became more and more intense. He thought that Transformers was big enough, but he didn't think that this guy would remind him even more. Just as Long Fei was feeling astonished in his heart, a burst of strong wind came from his back. Long Fei suddenly looked back and his eyes darkened. This is it? A thick whip swept over with incomparable speed, sealing off all his paths. Long Fei stood at his original position, feeling that he could do nothing. Even if he had to use all of his skills, he would not be able to do anything. I can't believe I'm going to die in a place like this. Long Fei was unwilling to give up. Both fists tightly gripped the sky sword. No matter what, even if he knew that he would die, Long Fei would not easily give up. Bring it on! Long Fei clenched his teeth and said fiercely. Walala! Walala! The strong wind was ear-piercing, and strong gales were blowing. When it hit Long Fei's face, it felt like it was being cut by a knife. With his life hanging by a thread, Long Fei's heart was incomparably calm. His fighting spirit also soared, and the aura he unconsciously emitted seemed to ignite into flames. Long Fei prepared everything, but, even so, it was impossible for him to block this attack. In this split second, rumble! Another loud explosion rang out as a beast emerged from the thick armor on its body. Its body was as big as a small mountain. He immediately grabbed the demon beast's tail and let out a roar. The sound waves were like waves. It was deafening. The demon beast's tail was tightly held back, and it let out a blood-curdling screech. Awesome, my brother! Long Fei looked at the demon beast that was covered in armor. He was excited. Transformers. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.